She married him only for the money, hoping his illness would kill him soon so she could inherit everything. She mocked him, treated him as if he were invisible, believing her plan was perfect. But when it was revealed in court by the lawyer during the reading of the will, it sent a chill down her spine that she would never forget. The champagne glass shattered against the marble floor of the Manhattan penthouse. Melody Carter didn't flinch. Her eyes remained fixed on Bradley Winterson, her latest romantic disappointment and now former ticket to wealth. 3 years, Brad. 3 years of my life wasted on promises. Her voice was controlled despite the storm raging inside her. Perfect posture, perfect makeup, perfect facade, all masking the desperation of a woman watching another opportunity slip through her fingers. Bradley loosened his custom Italian tie, his Wall Street confidence momentarily shaken. Look, Mel, we had fun, but marriage? Come on. Dad's making me work for the family business. No trust fund unless I marry someone with connections. Connections? Melody's laugh was brittle. You mean someone whose last name opens doors mine never could? She turned to the floor-to-ceiling windows, Manhattan's glittering skyline mocking her. At 32, she was still trapped between worlds, polished enough to circulate among wealth, but lacking the pedigree to be fully accepted. The daughter of a factory worker and a waitress from Riverside, New Jersey, she'd spent her life watching luxury from the outside, pressing her nose against the glass. You can keep the ring, Bradley offered, as if throwing a bone to a stray. Melody stared at the 3-carat diamond on her finger. Not enough. Never enough. I don't want your consolation prize. She slipped off the ring and placed it on the granite countertop with a decisive click. The sound echoed her resolve. Never again would she waste years on maybes and somedays. Her next target would be definitive. As Bradley's elevator descended from the penthouse, Melody already had her phone out, scrolling through her meticulously categorized contacts. She needed someone established, someone without family interference, someone vulnerable. The Museum of Modern Art's annual gala was in full swing, the elite of New York society sipping champagne among priceless art. Melody moved through the crowd with practiced ease in her borrowed Valentino gown. As a junior associate at Harrington Public Relations, she'd finessed her way onto the event staff, allowing her to observe from the perfect vantage point. The Hamilton Foundation table needs another bottle of Cristal, her boss instructed, nodding toward the corner where 6 people sat around a table meant for 10. Hamilton Foundation? Melody inquired casually. Nicholas Hamilton. Made billions in pharmaceutical development before he turned 40. Reclusive these days. Barely shows up to anything, so it's a minor miracle he's here tonight. Melody accepted the champagne from the bartender, her eyes finding the table. 5 men in standard black tie surrounded one who stood out despite his efforts not to. Nicholas Hamilton sat slightly hunched, his custom tuxedo hanging a bit loose on his frame. His features were sharp, intelligent, with premature silver threading through dark hair. He wasn't conventionally handsome, but there was something compelling about his isolation amid the social whirl. Is he married? The question slipped out before she could frame it more subtly. Her boss raised an eyebrow. Widowed, 5 years now, no children. Focus on the job, Carter. Melody nodded obediently, but as she approached the Hamilton table, she activated what her college roommate had called her wealth radar. Single, no children, billions, and something in his posture, a slight paleness beneath his complexion, triggered her intuition. Vulnerability. Nicholas Hamilton barely glanced up as she set down the champagne, but when she deliberately let her hand tremble, splashing a drop on the white tablecloth, his attention was captured. I'm so sorry, Mr. Hamilton, she said, her voice pitched to convey mortification. He looked up then and Melody caught her breath. His eyes were startlingly blue, penetrating despite the fatigue shadowing them. It's just tablecloth, he said quietly. Hardly a tragedy. Still, it's inexcusable. Please let me... She moved to dab at the spot, leaning just close enough for him to catch the scent of her perfume, expensive despite her budget constraints. It's fine, Miss Carter, Melody Carter. Something shifted in his expression. Awareness, perhaps recognition of the familiar dance of a beautiful woman showing interest. But instead of the usual male preening, he seemed almost saddened. Well, Miss Carter, I assure you the Hamilton Foundation won't crumble over spilled champagne. She straightened, allowing genuine curiosity to show. The foundation seems to be doing remarkable work in rare disease research. I read about your breakthrough in ALS treatment pathways. Surprise flickered across his features. You follow medical research? My father died of early-onset Parkinson's. I make it a point to stay informed. This, at least, wasn't a lie. Her father had died when she was 14, leaving her mother to work double shifts. While Melody learned early that beauty and charm could be currencies, Nicholas's gaze softened. I'm sorry to hear that. It's why I started the foundation, to make those diseases less of a death sentence. For a moment, Melody felt an unexpected pang. In another reality, this conversation might have been genuine. She pushed the thought away. I should let you return to your guests, she said, already calculating her next move. They're not my guests, just the board. He glanced around the table at men deep in conversation without him. I'm merely fulfilling an obligation by appearing. The hint was clear enough. Melody nodded respectfully and moved away, feeling his eyes follow her. First contact made, seed planted. 2 weeks later, Melody coincidentally crossed paths with Nicholas Hamilton at the Bryant Park Cafe, where she'd learned he sometimes stopped for coffee. Her research had been thorough, questioning service staff at events, following business news about his rare appearances, even befriending a nurse at New York Presbyterian through her gym. Mr. Hamilton, she said with perfect surprise when he exited the cafe. What a coincidence. Recognition dawned slowly then. Miss Carter, from the museum. Melody, please, I'm off duty today. She gestured to her casual but carefully selected outfit, jeans that highlighted her figure without seeming trying too hard, a cashmere sweater in a blue that she now knew matched his eyes. Nicholas, he offered in return, his voice warming slightly. You're not serving champagne today. Only my own deadlines. I'm working on PR for the Children's Cancer Foundation campaign. Another strategic truth. Her firm did handle that account, though she was only peripherally involved. Mind if I join you? I've been trapped in meetings all morning. Could use a normal conversation. The request seemed to surprise him as much as her, as though he rarely made such overtures. I'd like that. Over coffee, Melody executed the next phase of her approach. She spoke passionately about causes she'd researched, asked thoughtful questions about his foundation, and most importantly, listened. Nicholas Hamilton, she discovered, was a man accustomed to being heard but not seen. People valued his wealth and intellect, but rarely the person behind them. Most people want to talk about the money, he said after his second coffee. How I made it, how they could get some of it, what I'm doing with it. Money is just a tool, Melody replied, the irony of her statement not lost on her. It's what you build with it that matters. He studied her with those penetrating blue eyes. That's a refreshing perspective from someone so young. I'm 32, she corrected with a smile, and I've learned that status doesn't equal substance. 32, he repeated, and she caught the shadow that crossed his features. Still, you have time. Time for what? Everything. The word carried weight beyond its syllables. As they parted, Nicholas hesitated. I'm hosting a small gathering at my home for the foundation next week. Donors, researchers. Would be nice to have someone there who doesn't see dollar signs when they look at me. Melody allowed just the right amount of pleased surprise to show. I'd be honored. Walking away, she kept her pace measured until turning the corner, then checked her phone to confirm what her research had already suggested. Nicholas Hamilton, 47, had been diagnosed with a rare form of cancer 9 months ago, the same disease his foundation researched, the same disease that had taken his wife 5 years earlier. Terminal, according to her source at the hospital, 18 months, maximum. Perfect. Nicholas Hamilton's small gathering was held at his Gramercy Park mansion, an understated townhouse from the outside that opened into a tastefully opulent interior, old money architecture with new money comfort. Melody recognized several faces from medical journals and society pages as she entered, wearing a burgundy dress that suggested sophistication rather than overt appeal. You came, Nicholas said, appearing at her elbow with surprising stealth for a man his size. I said I would. She accepted the glass of mineral water he offered. Impressive group. Necessary evils, he murmured. Though the scientists actually enjoy their work, it's the donors who exhaust me. And which am I? She asked, testing boundaries. His smile was brief but genuine. A respite. Throughout the evening, Melody played her role perfectly. She engaged intelligently with researchers, charmed potential donors, and most importantly, created moments where Nicholas could observe her seemingly unaware. She laughed with a Nobel laureate neurologist, showed compassion to a young woman in a wheelchair participating in a clinical trial, and deliberately avoided the cluster of eligible bachelors by the bar. When she found a quiet moment alone in Nicholas's library, examining a first edition Hemingway, she knew it wasn't coincidence when he appeared in the doorway. "Not enjoying the party?" he asked. "I needed a moment. Large groups can be," she gestured vaguely. "Draining," he finished. "I understand completely. This is an incredible collection." She ran her fingers lightly over the spines, noting the volumes on medicine, philosophy, and art. A life's intellectual journey on shelves. "My wife started it," he said, approaching. "Caroline had synesthesia, said certain books had colors and textures beyond their contents." Melody recognized the opening. "You still miss her?" "Every day." He moved to a small bar cabinet, pouring a finger of scotch. "Even after 5 years. That kind of love never really leaves us," she said softly, thinking of her father, the one pure relationship in her life. Nicholas sipped his scotch, studying her over the rim. "No, it doesn't. Though sometimes I wonder if Caroline would recognize me now." "How so?" "Illness changes you, makes you evaluate what matters." Melody moved closer, not too close, creating intimacy without pressure. "And what matters to Nicholas Hamilton?" "Time," he said simply. "Legacy, not wasting what remains." The subtext hung between them, and Melody realized he was telling her without telling her. He knew he was dying. "We should return to your guests," she suggested, giving him space. He set down his glass. "Melody, I'm not a fool. I know why beautiful young women suddenly find me interesting." Her heart skipped. Had she miscalculated? "I don't know what you mean," she began, but he raised a hand. "I've had more dinner invitations in the last 6 months than the previous 5 years. Suddenly everyone has a niece, daughter, or friend who would be perfect for me." His smile held no humor. "People smell death and money, and both are powerful attractants." Melody felt control slipping. "I should go." "No," he said firmly. "You should stay precisely because I've said this. I value honesty above most things now." She recalibrated rapidly. "Then honestly, I find your mind more attractive than your bank account, but I won't pretend I didn't notice both." He laughed, a genuine sound of surprise and appreciation. "Refreshing. Most would have protested pure intentions. Pure intentions are for fairy tales and greeting cards." "Indeed." He moved toward the door. "Join me for dinner tomorrow. Just us. No performances necessary." As they returned to the party, Melody felt an unfamiliar sensation. Beneath her calculated exterior, something had shifted. Nicholas Hamilton was not the easy mark she'd anticipated. He was direct, perceptive, and somehow saw through pretenses, yet invited her closer anyway. It made him more valuable as a target, she told herself. Nothing more. Their courtship, if it could be called that, progressed with unusual honesty. Nicholas never spoke directly of his illness, but he didn't hide the doctor's appointments, the medications, or the days when fatigue left him pale and drawn. Melody never spoke directly of her ambitions, but she didn't pretend disinterest in the lifestyle his wealth provided. "We're using each other," he said one evening, 3 months into their relationship, as they sat on the terrace of his Hamptons estate. "The question is whether we're both getting fair value." Melody sipped her wine, watching the Atlantic crash against the private shoreline. "And what value do you place on companionship, Nicholas?" "Higher than I once did." He reached for her hand. "I've had associates, colleagues, employees, and sycophants, but since Caroline, very few companions. And what am I getting in this exchange?" She raised an eyebrow, playing along with his frankness. "Security, status, the things you've wanted since you left New Jersey." She stiffened. "You had me investigated." "Of course I did." His tone was matter of fact. "I investigate everyone who gets close to me. Your father's death, your mother's struggles, your scholarship to NYU, your calculated rise through New York society. I know about Bradley Winterson and the others." Melody pulled her hand away, anger flaring. "Congratulations on your thorough homework. Satisfied with my humble origins?" "Immensely," he said, surprising her. "You've built yourself from nothing. I respect that more than inherited privilege." "You don't find me calculating? Cold? I find you strategic. There's a difference." He refilled her glass. "We all use the tools available to us, Melody. You use beauty and charm. I used intellect and opportunity. The question isn't whether we're using tools, but whether we acknowledge them." She studied him, recalculating. So, what are you proposing exactly? A partnership of mutual benefit. He set down his glass. I have perhaps a year left. Good months and bad. I'd prefer not to spend them alone, and you provide stimulating company. In return, you'll be well compensated. You're suggesting I become your... what? Paid companion? I'm suggesting you become my wife. The word hung in the sea air between them. Melody had anticipated this moment for months, had orchestrated every interaction toward it, yet now found herself speechless. That surprises you? Nicholas asked, amusement touching his features. The directness does, she admitted. I don't have time for games, Melody. My offer is simple. Marriage, companionship until the end, and financial security afterward. In return, I ask only for honesty between us. Not fidelity, not love, just honesty. Melody's mind raced. It was everything she wanted, offered freely, with fewer pretenses than she'd prepared to maintain. Yet something felt hollow in the transaction. What if I wanted more than an arrangement? The question surprised her as much as him. Such as partnership, real partnership in your foundation, your work, not just decoration on your arm. Nicholas studied her with new interest. You continue to surprise me, Melody Carter. Most would have asked about the prenup, the will, the estate. Those are details. I'm talking about legacy. She leaned forward. If I'm to be Mrs. Hamilton even temporarily, I want meaning beyond the name. A slow smile spread across his face. Now that is an intriguing counter-proposal. Later that night, as Nicholas slept beside her, Melody stared at the ceiling, listening to the ocean and his slightly labored breathing. She had him. The ring would come soon, then marriage, then widow's blackened wealth beyond her childhood dreams. So why did victory taste like ash? The wedding was small but elegant, held in the garden of Nicholas's Gramercy Park home 6 weeks later. Melody wore Carolyn Bessette Kennedy-inspired simplicity, her only jewelry a pair of diamond earrings that had belonged to Nicholas's mother, and the 3-carat engagement ring he'd presented with practical affection rather than romantic flourish. Her mother attended, looking uncomfortable among Manhattan's elite but proud of her daughter's apparent success. A handful of Melody's friends came, including her college roommate Vanessa, who whispered, "You actually did it," with a mixture of awe and concern during the reception. Nicholas's side was populated by business associates, foundation board members, and his medical team. Dr. Abrams attended with his wife, smiling professionally, but watching his patient with clinical assessment underneath. "You've bought yourself happiness, Nicky," said Richard Kensington, Nicholas's attorney and closest friend, with an embrace that was both congratulatory and concerned. "I've bought myself time well spent," Nicholas corrected quietly, his arm around Melody's waist. Richard's eyes met Melody's, measuring. "I hope Mrs. Hamilton appreciates the distinction." "She understands me better than most," Nicholas replied, as Melody smiled with practiced warmth. Later, as they shared their first dance, Nicholas held her with surprising strength. "Having regrets?" he murmured, noting her distraction. "Adjusting to reality," she replied honestly. "Mrs. Nicholas Hamilton is a different role than I anticipated. You'll play it brilliantly." His eyes, clear today thanks to carefully timed medication, held hers. "Just remember our agreement. Honesty between us. Always." "Always," she echoed, wondering why the word felt like a threat. 3 months into their marriage, Melody sat in Dr. Abrams' waiting room while Nicholas underwent his monthly evaluation. The elegant Upper East Side office was a far cry from the clinical hospitals of her youth, where her father had deteriorated among institutional green walls and harsh fluorescent lighting. "Mrs. Hamilton." Melody looked up to see Dr. Abrams himself, rather than a nurse. A tightness gripped her chest. "Is something wrong?" "Nicholas asked me to bring you in for this discussion." She followed the doctor into his consultation room, where Nicholas sat in one of the leather chairs, his expression unreadable. "The treatment protocol isn't producing the results we'd hoped," Dr. Abrams began without preamble. "The cancer has accelerated." Melody's practiced composure wavered. She'd prepared for widowhood, yes, but not so soon. Not when she was still establishing herself within Nicholas's world, still securing her position. "How long?" Nicholas asked, his voice steady. 6 months. Perhaps 8 with aggressive intervention, but quality of life would be significantly compromised. 6 months. The timeline collapsed around Melody, and with its strange, unwelcome emotions. She reached for Nicholas's hand without calculation. "I'd like to continue the experimental protocol," Nicholas said. "Not for extension, but for the research data." Dr. Abrams nodded. "I thought you might. We'll adjust the pain management accordingly." The conversation continued, discussing medications, side effects, and practical considerations, while Melody sat in suspended animation. 6 months to secure her future. 6 months until she became a widow. 6 months with this complex, perceptive man who had seen through her from the beginning, yet chosen her anyway. As they left the doctor's office, Nicholas turned to her. "Well, Mrs. Hamilton, it seems your tenure will be shorter than advertised." The gallows humor startled a laugh from her. "Nicholas, that's terrible. Honesty, remember?" He helped her into the waiting town car. "We should discuss practical arrangements. The foundation gala next month will likely be my last public appearance. I'll need you to represent my interests afterward." "Of course," she said automatically, her mind still processing. "And we should review the estate plans with Richard. Ensure everything is in order." Melody nodded, fighting unexpected tears. This was what she wanted. Why did it suddenly feel unbearable? "I'm sorry," she whispered, the words emerging without calculation. Nicholas studied her, his blue eyes penetrating as ever. "Are you apologizing for my illness or your motives?" "I don't know anymore." He took her hand, his grip firm despite everything. "Then perhaps that's progress for both of us." The Hamilton Foundation Gala transformed the Metropolitan Museum's Temple of Dendur into a glittering showcase of wealth and philanthropy. Melody stood by Nicholas's side, resplendent in a silver gown that complemented her dark hair and fair skin. At her throat hung the Hamilton sapphires, a family heirloom Nicholas had presented that morning. "You look radiant," Richard Kensington commented, appearing at her elbow as Nicholas spoke with a group of researchers. "Marriage agrees with you." "Thank you, Richard." She smiled, having learned to navigate his subtle hostility. "I must admit, I underestimated you," he continued, sipping champagne. "I thought you'd find caretaking responsibilities less appealing than spending Nicholas's money. There's more to me than you assume." Evidently, his gaze was evaluating. "Nicholas seems content, despite everything." "I hope so." She surprised herself with the sincerity behind the words. "Mrs. Hamilton," a photographer approached, "could we get a photo of you and Mr. Hamilton for the society page?" Melody excused herself from Richard, moving to Nicholas's side. He appeared strong tonight, his medication precisely timed to allow him this performance, but she could see the cost in the tightness around his eyes. As they posed, his arm around her waist, she whispered, "We can leave early if you need to." "Not yet," he murmured back. "I need to finish something first." The gala continued, a carefully orchestrated display of the Hamilton Foundation's achievements and goals. Nicholas delivered a brief but powerful speech about the future of neurological research, never once mentioning that he wouldn't live to see the breakthroughs he was funding. Later, as the event wound down, Melody found herself alone with Vanessa in the ladies' lounge. "He really is dying, isn't he?" Vanessa asked, refreshing her lipstick. "Yes." Melody couldn't elaborate further. "And you'll get everything?" The question, once so central to Melody's plans, now felt obscene. "That's not why I'm with him anymore, Van." Vanessa raised an eyebrow. "Oh my God, you actually care about him." "He's my husband. He's your meal ticket, Mel. Don't forget that. Don't get confused just because he's being nice during his exit strategy." Vanessa snapped her compact closed. "Remember how many years you've worked for this, how many cocktails with boring finance bros, how many charity events on your feet in painful heels, how many strategic moves to get to exactly this position." Melody stared at her reflection, at the woman in designer clothes with borrowed jewels and calculated poise. "Things change, Van. People don't." "Not really." Vanessa squeezed her arm. "Just keep your eye on the prize. A few more months of playing nurse and you'll never have to fake interest in another man again." As Vanessa left, Melody remained, studying herself in the mirror. Who was she becoming? The practiced mask seemed to be slipping, revealing something underneath she couldn't quite recognize. When she returned to the gala, she found Nicholas looking unusually alert, almost energized despite the late hour. "Everything all right?" she asked. "Perfect timing," he replied. "I was just about to find you. There's someone I'd like you to meet." He guided her through the thinning crowd to where a distinguished older man stood conversing with Richard. "Melody, this is Judge William Harrington. He's been kind enough to assist me with some personal matters." "A pleasure, Mrs. Hamilton," the judge said, his handshake firm. "Nicholas speaks highly of you." "Judge Harrington has been helping finalize some changes to the foundation's structure," Nicholas explained, "ensuring continuity of leadership." Melody nodded politely, though confusion flickered beneath her composure. Nicholas hadn't mentioned any foundation changes to her. "All the documents are in order," the judge confirmed, "witnessed and notarized as requested." "Excellent." Nicholas turned to Richard. "Everything else?" "Also complete," Richard replied, his expression unreadable. As instructed. A chill ran down Melody's spine. The three men exchanged looks with meanings she couldn't decipher. For the first time since her wedding, she felt like an outsider in Nicholas's world. "Shall we go home?" Nicholas suggested, taking her arm. "I've accomplished what I needed to tonight." In the car, Melody finally asked, "What was that about?" "With the judge." "Insurance," Nicholas replied, gazing out at the Manhattan lights. "Making sure everything is protected." "You don't trust me with the foundation?" The question emerged more vulnerable than she intended. Nicholas turned to her, his expression softening. "It's not about trust, Melody. It's about legacy. Some things need to be insulated from personal considerations." The answer didn't satisfy, but Nicholas closed his eyes, indicating the conversation was over. As they drove through the city, Melody couldn't shake the feeling that beneath their honest arrangement, Nicholas Hamilton was playing a game whose rules she didn't fully understand. The next 2 months passed in a blur of medical appointments and increasingly frequent bad days. Nicholas retreated from public life entirely, conducting foundation business from his study when he had the strength. Melody found herself genuinely immersed in caretaking, learning to administer medications, recognize pain patterns, and anticipate his needs. On a rare good day in early autumn, they sat in the garden, watching leaves drift from the Japanese maple. "You've surprised me, Melody," Nicholas said, wrapped in a cashmere blanket despite the mild temperature. "How so?" "You're very good at this. The caretaking. I didn't expect such authenticity." She looked away. "Maybe I've surprised myself too." "Regrets?" The question hung between them. Melody considered lying, then remembered their pact. "Sometimes I wonder who I might have been if we'd met differently. If I'd been honest from the start." "We're all performing versions of ourselves," Nicholas replied. "The question is whether we believe our own performance." A comfortable silence settled before he spoke again. "I've been thinking about Caroline lately." "Your wife," Melody said softly. It wasn't a topic they often discussed. She would have hated what this disease did to her, the loss of dignity, the dependency. He gazed at the falling leaves. "I made sure she had choices until the end." "And you?" "I've made my choices." His blue eyes met hers. "I've arranged everything, Melody. You won't have to worry about decisions when the time comes." Something in his tone sent that same chill through her. "Nicholas, what have you done?" "Ensured my legacy," he said simply, "both personal and professional." Before she could press further, his phone rang. He checked the screen. "It's Richard, I should take this." As he spoke quietly with his attorney, Melody watched him with growing unease. Despite his weakened state, there was still something formidable about Nicholas Hamilton, a mind that calculated moves far in advance, seeing patterns others missed. For the first time, she wondered if she had underestimated precisely how much he saw through her from the beginning, and what counter-moves he might have planned. On a grey November morning, Nicholas called Melody to his study. She found him seated behind his desk, looking more composed than he had in weeks. "I've made a decision," he said without preamble. "About the end." Melody sat across from him, her heart beating faster. "What decision?" "I won't allow the final degradation. I've seen it before with Caroline, the pain, the loss of self." His voice was calm, resolved. "I've arranged for palliative sedation when the time comes. Dr. Abrams has agreed." "Nicholas, it's already decided, Melody. I'm telling you as a courtesy, not seeking permission." She swallowed hard. "When?" "Soon. Weeks, not months." He slid a folder across the desk. "These are my final instructions. Medical directives, funeral arrangements, public statements. Everything is prepared." Melody took the folder without opening it. "And us? These last weeks?" Something softened in his expression. "We continue as we have been, with honesty, if not conventional love." "What if I told you I do love you?" In my way. The words surprised her as they emerged. Nicholas studied her, his gaze as penetrating as the day they met. I'd say that evolution was unexpected but not unwelcome. He paused. And I'd wonder if it changes anything about our arrangement. Would you want it to? It's rather late for renegotiation, don't you think? A ghost of his dry humor surfaced. But I appreciate the sentiment, whether tactical or genuine. Melody felt tears threatening. You still don't trust me. I trust you to be exactly who you are, Melody. A survivor, a strategist. He reached across the desk to take her hand, and perhaps something more complex than either of us anticipated. She gripped his fingers, suddenly desperate to convince him of something she barely understood herself. Nicholas, whatever you're planning, whatever arrangements you've made, I want you to know that things have changed for me. Have they? His voice was gentle but skeptical. Yes, I didn't expect this. To care. To actually dread what's coming. Nicholas withdrew his hand slowly. Life rarely follows our scripts, Melody. That's what makes it interesting. He gestured to the folder. Read those when you're ready, not before. As she left his study, Melody felt as though she stood on shifting ground. The path that had seemed so clear, marriage, widowhood, wealth, now twisted with unexpected emotions and unreadable signals from a dying man who had always seen more than he revealed. That night, as Nicholas slept beside her, Melody stared at the ceiling and confronted an uncomfortable truth. In their game of calculated moves and counter-moves, she was no longer certain who was manipulating whom. And for the first time, she wondered if Nicholas Hamilton had been playing a longer game all along, one that might extend beyond his imminent death. To Mrs. Nicholas Hamilton, Vanessa raised her mimosa, the Sunday brunch crowd at Balthazar providing background noise to their celebration. 6 months of holy matrimony and counting. Melody clinked glasses, her wedding ring catching the light. The simple platinum band held a sapphire instead of a diamond. Nicholas had said it matched her calculating eyes when he slipped it on her finger. You've held out longer than any of us expected, said Diane, another friend from Melody's pre-Hamilton days. How's life as a caretaker/heiress-in-waiting? The question hung in the air between French toast and fresh berries. 6 months ago, Melody would have smirked and shared insider information about Nicholas's fortune, perhaps complained about his neediness or mocked his illness. Now she found herself hesitating. It's complicated. Vanessa leaned forward, voice dropping. Is he getting suspicious? Having second thoughts about the will? No, nothing like that. Melody pushed a raspberry around her plate. He's getting worse. The medication makes him confused sometimes. Perfect, Diane said, waving for another round of mimosas. That should make things easier. My aunt got power of attorney for my uncle when his dementia started. Total control. Melody frowned. Nicholas doesn't have dementia. He has moments of pain and fatigue, but his mind is still sharp. Whatever. The point is, Vanessa dropped her voice again, glancing around the restaurant. Have you looked into your post-widow plans? Real estate in the Hamptons? Maybe that penthouse on Park Avenue he never uses? I'm thinking a prolonged mourning period in the south of France, Diane suggested. Very tasteful black swimwear on a private beach. Melody forced a laugh, the sound hollow even to her own ears. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Nicholas is still very much alive. For now, Vanessa said, raising her refilled glass. But TikTok, honey, have you checked what's actually in the will? Made sure everything's buttoned up? Nicholas and I have an understanding, Melody replied carefully. Everything's taken care of. An understanding, Diane scoffed. Sweetie, get it in writing. Better yet, get power of attorney. Men like Hamilton have teams of lawyers ready to protect their money from wives like you. Wives like me, Melody repeated, something cold settling in her stomach. You know what she means, Vanessa interjected. Young, beautiful, strategic, the kind that make old men's families nervous. Nicholas doesn't have family. No, but he has that watchdog Richard Kensington and a board full of self-important foundation types, Vanessa countered. Trust me, they're all calculating how to keep you from getting too much control. Melody sipped her mimosa, remembering the strange meeting with Judge Harrington at the gala, the way Nicholas had said he was ensuring his legacy. The document folder still unopened in her desk drawer. I have to get back, she said suddenly. Nicholas has a bad day. Of course he does, Diane smirked. They always do when wives want a little freedom. As Melody gathered her things, Vanessa caught her arm. Seriously, Mel, don't lose focus now. You've worked too hard to get here. Remember when we were sharing that crappy apartment in Queens? When you were dating that hedge fund board just for his connections? This is the payoff." Melody nodded mechanically. "I know what I'm doing." But as she stepped out onto Spring Street, she wasn't so certain anymore. The woman who had calculated every relationship, who had viewed Nicholas Hamilton as the ultimate target, that woman felt increasingly distant, like a character in a play she'd once performed. She checked her phone and saw a text from Dr. Abrams. "Pain management issues. Coming to the house at 2, best if you're there." Melody flagged a taxi, a knot of genuine concern tightening her chest. Nicholas lay in the semi-darkness of their bedroom, his breathing labored despite the morphine drip Dr. Abrams had adjusted an hour before. Melody sat beside him, monitoring his oxygen levels on the discreet medical equipment that now occupied one corner of the room. "You should have called me earlier," she said softly, adjusting his pillow. "I would have come back. And miss your girls' brunch?" His voice was thin, but the irony remained intact. "I imagine it was illuminating." Melody tensed. "What does that mean?" "Nothing." His eyes, still startlingly blue in his increasingly gaunt face, studied her. "How are Vanessa and Diane? Still planning your glamorous widowhood?" A chill ran through her. "You're imagining things." "Am I?" He shifted slightly, wincing. "You forget, Melody, I've seen this story before. Caroline had friends too. Women who whispered about the fortune she'd inherit, what she'd do after I was gone. This is different." "Is it?" He closed his eyes briefly. "No matter. We all play our roles." Dr. Abrams entered before she could respond, carrying his medical bag and a concerned expression. At 55, Jacob Abrams was among the most respected oncologists in Manhattan, with a patient list that included celebrities and business titans. He'd been Nicholas's doctor for years, having treated Caroline through her illness as well. "Nicholas, your numbers are concerning," he said, checking the monitors. "The pain shouldn't be breaking through at this level." "I might have missed a dose," Nicholas admitted. "I was working." Melody exchanged a glance with Dr. Abrams. "Working on what? I thought Richard handled everything yesterday." "Foundation business, nothing urgent." Nicholas waved dismissively. Dr. Abrams began examining Nicholas, his movements efficient and gentle. "Mrs. Hamilton, could you get me a glass of water, please?" Melody recognized the request for what it was, a chance for doctor and patient to speak privately. She nodded and left the room, but instead of heading directly to the kitchen, she paused in the hallway, just out of sight. "You're pushing yourself too hard," she heard Dr. Abrams say. "The medication won't work if you keep fighting it." "I need to finish some arrangements," Nicholas replied. "Time is running short. The foundation is secure. Everything we discussed is in place. Not the foundation, personal matters." There was a pause, then Dr. Abrams' voice lower. "Nicholas, we've been friends too long for me to mince words. Whatever you're planning regarding Melody is my business," Nicholas cut in. "And almost complete. She seems genuinely concerned for you. Perhaps your initial assessment has been confirmed with evidence," Nicholas interrupted again. "But I appreciate your concern, old friend." Melody retreated silently toward the kitchen, mind racing. Evidence? What evidence? And what initial assessment had Nicholas made about her? She returned with the water, her practiced smile firmly in place. Dr. Abrams was adjusting the morphine drip, his expression professionally neutral. "I've increased the baseline dose," he told her. "If he experiences breakthrough pain again, use the call button. I've also prescribed an anti-anxiety medication. Sometimes the psychological component makes pain worse." "I don't need to be sedated," Nicholas protested weakly. "It's not sedation, it's management," Dr. Abrams corrected. "Mrs. Hamilton, ensure he takes it as prescribed." After the doctor left, Melody sat on the edge of the bed. "What were you working on? You promised to rest today." Nicholas studied her face. "Do you actually care, or is this part of the devoted wife performance?" The question stung, more than it should have. "Does it matter? The result is the same. Intent always matters, Melody." He reached for her hand, his grip surprisingly strong. "But to answer your question, I was reviewing some old correspondence, tying up loose ends." "What loose ends?" she pressed. "We all have regrets. Things left unsaid or undone." His gaze drifted to the window where winter light cast long shadows across the room. "I'd like to be remembered for more than money." Something in his tone made Melody's unease grow. "Nicholas, what aren't you telling me?" His smile was enigmatic. Nothing that won't become clear in time. Richard Kensington's corner office at Kensington Marsh and Wolf overlooked Central Park, the December trees bare against a steel-grey sky. From across his imposing desk, he regarded Melody with barely concealed suspicion. "Mrs. Hamilton," he said, the title still sounding like an accusation in his mouth even after months of marriage. "This is an unexpected pleasure." "I need to speak with you about Nicholas," Melody said, removing her gloves and taking a seat without waiting for an invitation. "And how is our patient today?" "Sleeping. Dr. Abrams increased his medication yesterday." She leaned forward. "For Richard, I need to know what Nicholas is planning." The attorney's expression remained carefully neutral. "Planning? Don't play games with me. Something's happening with the foundation, with his estate, that meeting with Judge Harrington, your secretive conversations." "Nicholas mentioned evidence to Dr. Abrams." She held his gaze. "I want to know what's going on." Richard steepled his fingers, studying her. "Mrs. Hamilton, Melody, Nicholas's affairs are complex. Many moving parts require attention as his condition progresses." "That's not an answer." "No, it's not." He sighed, leaning back in his leather chair. "Nicholas and I have been friends for 30 years. I was best man at both his weddings. I've represented his business interests through acquisitions, mergers, and public offerings worth billions. And," she prompted when he paused, "and my loyalty is to him. Always." Richard's eyes hardened. "Whatever Nicholas chooses to share with you about his arrangements is his prerogative. If he hasn't discussed certain matters, I must assume he has reasons." Melody felt frustration rising. "I'm his wife. For 6 months," Richard countered. "Caroline was his wife for 15 years. The comparison hung in the air between them. "I care about him," Melody said finally, the words emerging with surprising honesty. Richard's expression softened marginally. "Perhaps you do, in your way. But Nicholas has spent his life evaluating people's motivations, Melody. It's what made him successful in business. You're saying he doesn't trust me. I'm saying Nicholas Hamilton leaves nothing to chance." Richard checked his watch. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a deposition in 20 minutes. As she gathered her coat, Richard added, "One piece of advice, Mrs. Hamilton. Whatever you imagine Nicholas's plans might be, I guarantee they're more thorough than you expect. He sees 10 moves ahead, while most people struggle to see 2. The warning was clear, but as Melody left the attorney's office, she felt more determined than afraid. If Nicholas was making arrangements that affected her future, she needed to know what they were. Back at the Gramercy Park mansion, Nicholas was awake and in his study, looking stronger than he had in days. The room was his sanctuary, walls lined with books, a massive oak desk positioned to catch the northern light. Today, tablets and folders covered the usually pristine surface. "Productive morning?" Melody asked from the doorway, noting the slight flush in his cheeks. "Very," Nicholas replied, closing a leather portfolio as she entered. "How was your shopping trip?" The lie she'd told about her destination this morning hung between them. Had he known? Had someone followed her? "I didn't find what I was looking for," she said carefully. "That's unfortunate." He gestured to the chair opposite his desk. "You seem troubled." Melody decided directness was her best strategy. "I went to see Richard. If Nicholas was surprised, he didn't show it." "Ah, and how is my loyal counselor?" "Evasive, protective of you, suspicious of me." She met his gaze. "Nicholas, what's happening? What are all these secret meetings and arrangements you're making without me?" He regarded her thoughtfully. "You're worried about your inheritance." "I'm worried about being kept in the dark," she corrected. "About decisions being made that affect me without my knowledge." A valid concern. Nicholas leaned back, studying her with those penetrating blue eyes. "What exactly are you afraid of discovering, Melody?" The question caught her off guard. "I'm not afraid of anything. Everyone fears something. Loss, exposure, consequence." His tone was mild, but his gaze was sharp. "Which is it for you?" Melody felt the conversation slipping from her control. "I just want honesty between us." "That was our agreement." "Indeed it was." Nicholas nodded slowly. "Then honestly, yes, I've been making arrangements. Finalizing details for the foundation, updating certain provisions in my will, preparing for contingencies." "What contingencies?" "Life is unpredictable, even when its end is foreseeable." He smiled slightly. "The foundation's future is my primary concern. Ensuring my research initiatives continue, That funding reaches the right projects. And my role in all this? Nicholas considered her. That depends entirely on you, Melody, on choices yet to be made. Before she could press further, his phone rang. He checked the display. I need to take this. The Mayo Clinic about a new trial. Dismissed, Melody left the study, more unsettled than before. Nicholas's cryptic answers suggested plans far more complex than simple estate arrangements. The way he'd asked what she feared felt like a test. One she wasn't sure she'd passed. He's definitely changing the will, Vanessa declared, sprawled across the chaise lounge in Melody's private sitting room later that week. Classic move. Get you all comfortable thinking you're set, then pull the rug out. Melody paced by the window, watching Nicholas in the garden below, bundled against the cold, conferring with his groundskeeper despite the December chill. Even ill, he maintained strict control over his environment. It's not about the money, she said, surprising herself. It's about trust, about whatever he's hiding. Honey, it's always about the money. Vanessa sipped the expensive bourbon she'd helped herself to from Nicholas's collection. Question is, what are you going to do about it? Melody turned from the window. What do you mean? I mean, take control of the situation. Vanessa set down her glass. You need leverage, information. Figure out exactly what he's planning before it's too late. How Richard won't tell me anything and Nicholas is being deliberately vague. Get creative. Vanessa's eyes gleamed. His office, his emails, his medical records. The man is dying, Mel. He's not thinking clearly no matter how sharp he seems. The medications, the pain, they affect judgment. You're suggesting I spy on my husband? I'm suggesting you protect yourself. Vanessa rose, crossing to stand beside her friend. Look at you, living in this mansion, wearing clothes that cost more than my rent, finally having everything you worked for. Are you really going to let it slip away because you're suddenly developing scruples? Put that way, it did seem absurd. Melody had spent years calculating her rise through New York society. Why stop now when the stakes were highest? Maybe you're right, she conceded. I need to know what he's planning. That's the Melody I know. Vanessa smiled approvingly. Start with his study. Look for anything about the will, the foundation, attorney communications. Later that night, after Nicholas had taken his evening medication and fallen into a heavy sleep, Melody stood outside his study, house key in hand. She'd never violated his private space before. It was an unspoken boundary in their marriage of convenience. With a deep breath, she unlocked the door and slipped inside. The room was dark, except for the bluish glow of a computer screen in sleep mode. She moved to the desk, touching the mouse to wake the system. Password protected, of course. She tried several combinations: Caroline's birthday, their wedding date, the foundation's establishment. Nothing worked. The computer remained locked, Nicholas's digital life as inaccessible as his true thoughts. Moving to the file cabinets, she found them similarly secured. The desk drawers yielded only standard office supplies and a few personal items. A fountain pen Caroline had given him, ticket stubs from a performance they'd attended, a small photograph of his parents. Frustration mounting, Melody turned to the bookshelves. Behind the first editions and medical journals, would there be hidden compartments or secret documents? It seemed melodramatic, but Nicholas's behavior had taken on an almost theatrical quality lately. As she scanned the shelves, a leather-bound volume caught her eye. Unlike the other books, this one had no title on its spine. She pulled it free, finding not a book, but a journal. Opening it revealed Nicholas's precise handwriting, dates marking each entry. Heart-racing, Melody brought the journal to the desk, turning on the small lamp. The most recent entry was from 3 days ago, December 15th, final meeting with Judge H. Documents executed and secured. R has instructions for after. Evidence compiled and verified. M continues as expected, though occasionally surprises. Too late for second thoughts. The board is set, pieces in motion. I regret necessity, but not intent. The cryptic entry confirmed her worst fears. Nicholas was making significant changes, and M could only be her. But what evidence, what pieces were in motion? She flipped back several pages, finding entries from before their marriage. June 8th, M accepted proposal as anticipated. Motivations transparent despite performance. Reminds me of others who approached after diagnosis. Different methods, same objective. R advises caution, but I see opportunity. Two can play the same game. July 30th, wedding completed. M's performance convincing to most observers. JA expresses concerns about my approach, but doesn't understand full strategy. Foundation restructuring proceeding according to plan. New provisions require JH's judicial review, but legally sound. September 12th. M showing unexpected developments. Genuine care or enhanced performance. Irrelevant to outcome but personally intriguing. PI report confirms earlier patterns with previous targets. Recording system functioning perfectly. Melody's blood ran cold. PI report? Recording system? Nicholas had been investigating her, gathering evidence, recording conversations. But for what purpose? She continued reading, each entry revealing a man who had seen through her from the beginning, who had married her knowing her motives, who had been planning something elaborate all along. The sound of movement in the hallway made her freeze. Quickly, she returned the journal to its place on the shelf and switched off the desk lamp. Heart pounding, she slipped out of the study and back to their bedroom, finding Nicholas still asleep, his breathing labored but steady. Lying beside him in the darkness, Melody faced an uncomfortable truth. She had severely underestimated Nicholas Hamilton. Whatever game she thought she was playing, he had been playing a different one entirely. One with rules she didn't understand and stakes she couldn't fully see. The Hamilton Foundation offices occupied the top floor of a sleek midtown building, glass and steel gleaming against the winter sky. Melody had visited before, but always with Nicholas, always as the supportive wife. Today she arrived alone, dressed in understated Chanel, projecting the confidence of a woman with purpose. "Mrs. Hamilton," greeted Amanda Chen, the Foundation's executive director. "This is an unexpected pleasure. Mr. Hamilton didn't mention you'd be stopping by." "Impromptu decision," Melody smiled warmly. "Nicholas is having a good day, so I thought I'd familiarize myself more with the Foundation's operations. He's been encouraging me to take a more active role." Amanda's expression remained professionally pleasant, but Melody caught the flicker of surprise. "Of course, what would you like to see? Perhaps an overview of current projects." Nicholas speaks so passionately about the research initiatives, but I admit the details sometimes escape me. For the next hour, Amanda led her through the Foundation's operations. Research grants in progress, clinical trials being funded, educational programs established in Nicholas's name. The scope was impressive, tens of millions flowing annually into cutting-edge medical research. "And the governance structure?" Melody asked casually as they returned to Amanda's office. Nicholas mentioned some recent changes. Amanda hesitated. "Yes, there have been some adjustments to the board composition and administrative processes. I believe Mr. Kensington is handling those details." "Richard does keep busy," Melody commented. "I understand there was a meeting with Judge Harrington recently." "Yes, regarding the new trust structure." Amanda seemed uncomfortable. "Mrs. Hamilton, those matters are really Mr. Kensington's domain. I focus on program execution rather than governance." "Of course." Melody smiled reassuringly. "I'm just trying to be prepared. Nicholas wants me to understand everything for afterward." Amanda's expression softened slightly. "That must be difficult to contemplate." "It is." Melody allowed genuine emotion to color her voice, "especially when I feel there are things he's not sharing with me, perhaps to protect me." The sympathy in Amanda's eyes suggested she was making inroads. "Mr. Hamilton is a very private person. Even with the Foundation staff, he compartmentalizes information. Has he always been that way? Or is it since the diagnosis?" "Both, I think," Amanda considered. "But there has been a shift in the past few months. More meetings without standard documentation, new contacts with financial and legal experts we haven't worked with before." Melody leaned forward. "What kind of experts?" "Digital forensic specialists, security consultants." Amanda lowered her voice. "There was a firm from Switzerland that specializes in asset protection and information management." The pieces were falling into place. Nicholas wasn't just updating his will. He was creating an elaborate structure of some kind, involving digital evidence and secure information. But to what end? "Thank you, Amanda," Melody said, rising. "You've been tremendously helpful. I hope we can work closely together in the future." As she left the Foundation offices, Melody's mind raced. Nicholas was preparing something significant, something involving evidence about her, recordings, investigations. Was he planning to disinherit her, expose her somehow? The journal entries suggested a game with pieces in motion. Whatever Nicholas was planning, she needed to be prepared. If he had evidence of her true motives, perhaps she needed leverage of her own. You went to the foundation today, Nicholas stated rather than asked that evening, sitting in his study while Melody poured his evening medication. His complexion was ashen, pain evident in the tightness around his eyes despite his attempt at normal conversation. I did, she admitted, seeing no point in denial. I wanted to understand more about your work. Curious timing. Melody handed him the pills and a glass of water. You're feeling threatened by my interest in your legacy? Nicholas smiled thinly. Not threatened. Intrigued by the sudden development, he swallowed the medication. What did you think of our operations? Impressive, she said honestly. The scope of the research, the potential impact. It's a remarkable achievement, Nicholas. Thank you. He studied her. Amanda mentioned you had questions about governance changes. So he'd already spoken to the executive director. Of course he had. Nicholas missed nothing. Shouldn't I know about significant changes to something that will presumably involve me after you're gone? Melody countered. Presumably, he echoed, the word hanging in the air between them. Melody, let's be direct with each other. You've been investigating me, my meetings, my documents, my plans. Why? The question caught her off guard. She'd expected denial or evasion, not frontal confrontation. Because you're keeping secrets, she said finally. Making arrangements without my knowledge, involving judges and attorneys and Swiss security firms. Ah, Nicholas nodded slowly. You've been thorough. Did you think I wouldn't notice? On the contrary, he replied calmly. I counted on your curiosity. It's one of your more predictable traits. The statement sent a chill through her. Had her investigations been anticipated? Even encouraged? What are you planning, Nicholas? She asked directly. Whatever evidence you think you have about me, whatever game you're playing, I deserve to know. Nicholas regarded her with something resembling compassion. You'll know everything when the time is right, not before. That's not fair. Life rarely is. He winced slightly, the medication not yet dulling the pain. You made choices, Melody, so did I. Now we live with the consequences of both. Is this about punishment? Revenge for marrying you with ulterior motives? She felt anger rising. You knew who I was from the beginning. You said it yourself. You had me investigated before we married. This isn't about punishment, Nicholas said, his voice softening as the medication began to take effect. It's about justice, balance, making things right. By hurting me? Have I hurt you, Melody? His eyes, bright with intelligence despite his weakening body, fixed on hers. Or have I given you exactly what you wanted? Status, security, a place in society previously beyond your reach. She had no answer for that. He was right. He had delivered everything she'd hoped for when targeting him as a potential husband. Everything except honesty about his own intentions. Rest, she said finally, helping him to his feet. We can continue this conversation tomorrow. As she guided him to their bedroom, Nicholas leaned heavily against her. You know, in another life, we might have been quite a team. Your strategic mind, my resources. We still could be, she suggested, helping him into bed. His smile was sad. Too late for that, I'm afraid. Some wheels, once set in motion, cannot be stopped. After Nicholas fell asleep, Melody returned to the study, determination hardening within her. If Nicholas had evidence against her, she needed to find it. If he was changing his will, she needed to know how. This time she would be more thorough in her search. The journal was her first target, but flipping through its pages revealed no new information. The computer remained locked, the filing cabinet secured. Whatever Nicholas was planning, the details weren't physically present in the room. As she prepared to leave defeated, her gaze fell on Nicholas's phone, charging on the desk. Unlike the computer, the phone required only a simple thumbprint to unlock, and Nicholas was currently in a medication-induced sleep. The moral line seemed distant compared to what was at stake. Moving quickly, Melody took the phone to their bedroom, carefully pressing Nicholas's thumb against the sensor while he slept. The screen unlocked, revealing his digital life. She worked methodically, checking emails, messages, calendar appointments. Most were foundation-related or medical in nature, but one email thread with Richard caught her attention. From Richard Kensington. Subject: Final arrangements. Nicholas, all documents have been executed as directed. Judge Harrington has placed the sealed instructions in the secure location we discussed. The digital evidence has been verified and backed up to multiple secure servers with timed release protocols. I must again express my concerns about this approach. While I understand your motivations, The potential for collateral damage is significant. Are you certain this is the legacy you wish to leave? R. From Nicholas Hamilton. Subject: Final arrangements. Richard, your concerns are noted, but my decision is final. The evidence is incontrovertible, and the consequences appropriate to the actions. Sometimes justice requires a firm hand. As for legacy, I believe the Foundation restructuring will ensure the research continues unimpeded. What happens to individuals who have made their own choices is separate from that work. The timer is set. 3 days after my passing, everything activates automatically. No intervention required or possible at that point. NH Melody stared at the screen, blood rushing in her ears. 3 days after Nicholas died, something would activate automatically. Something involving evidence about her. Something with consequences that concerned even Richard. With trembling fingers, she checked Nicholas's calendar, finding an entry for tomorrow. 10 a.m., final recording, safety deposit box, R&JA attending, final recording. Was Nicholas creating a video statement? A last testimony about her true nature, her calculated pursuit of his fortune? And what was in the safety deposit box? She returned the phone to the study, mind racing with possibilities. Nicholas was clearly executing a complex plan meant to activate after his death. A plan that involved evidence against her, recordings, secure servers. Whatever he was planning, she needed to find a way to stop it before it was too late. Nicholas's condition deteriorated rapidly over the next week. The good day when Melody had visited the Foundation proved to be one of his last. Dr. Abrams visited daily now, adjusting medications, monitoring vital signs, having hushed conversations with Nicholas that stopped when Melody entered the room. On Christmas Eve, Nicholas asked to be helped to his study, insisting on sitting in his leather chair by the window, despite Dr. Abrams' objections. "It's my last Christmas," he said with characteristic directness. "I'll spend it where I choose." Once settled with a view of the small garden, now dusted with snow, Nicholas asked for privacy with Melody. When they were alone, he reached for a small wrapped package on his desk. "A gift," he said, handing it to her. "Not the usual sort, perhaps." Melody unwrapped it carefully, revealing a small velvet box. Inside was not jewelry, but a key. "What does it open?" she asked, turning the simple brass key in her fingers. "The truth." Nicholas's smile was enigmatic. "When the time comes, you'll know where to use it." Another mystery, another test. Frustration colored her voice. "Nicholas, whatever you're planning is already done," he finished for her. "The pieces are set, Melody. Nothing can change what comes next." "You sound like you're looking forward to it," she observed, "to hurting me from beyond the grave." Nicholas considered this. Not looking forward, no. Taking comfort in knowing balance will be restored. He paused, studying her face. "You've surprised me these past months. Shown capacity for genuine care I didn't expect. That's worth something. But not enough to change your plans. Some trajectories can't be altered once begun." He reached for her hand. "Keep the key safe. When you need it, you'll know." That night, as Nicholas slept fitfully despite increased medication, Melody examined the key under her bedside lamp. It appeared to be for a standard lock, perhaps a safe deposit box or storage unit. But which one? And what would she find inside? The next morning, Christmas Day, Nicholas was too weak to leave bed. Richard and Dr. Abrams both visited, speaking with him privately, while Melody prepared a light meal he wouldn't eat. When they emerged from the bedroom, both men looked somber. "It won't be long now," Dr. Abrams told her quietly. "Days, perhaps a week. I've increased the pain management protocol." Richard handed her an envelope. "Nicholas asked me to give you this. Instructions for afterward." Melody took it, noting it was sealed with wax impressed with the Hamilton family crest. "What does it contain?" "I'm not privy to the contents," Richard replied, though his expression suggested otherwise. "He wanted you to open it only after." After they left, Melody returned to Nicholas's side. His breathing was shallow, his once imposing frame now fragile beneath the blankets. "Richard gave me your envelope," she said, sitting beside him. "More secrets?" Nicholas's eyes opened, still startlingly alert despite his physical decline. Practical matters, funeral preferences, nothing dramatic. She didn't believe him, but arguing seemed pointless now. "Nicholas, whatever you think I've done, I don't think, Melody. I know." His voice was weak but clear. Every conversation with Vanessa about my demise, every mocking comment when you thought I couldn't hear, every plan for spending my money before I was cold in the ground. Melody felt the blood drain from her face. You've been recording me. Among other things. He reached for her hand with surprising strength. But that's not important now. What matters is what happens next. Which is what? She demanded, fear mingling with anger. What have you done? Created consequences, he replied simply. Like the market, life requires corrections when values become distorted. You'll understand soon enough. His cryptic answers infuriated her, but Nicholas closed his eyes, signaling the conversation was over. Melody left the room, the sealed envelope heavy in her hand, the brass key a weight in her pocket. Whatever Nicholas had planned was clearly set to activate after his death. The email had mentioned 3 days. That was her window. 3 days to discover his plan and somehow counter it. But first Nicholas had to die. And despite everything, despite the fear and anger and manipulation, Melody was surprised to find herself dreading that moment more than she had expected. On New Year's Eve, Dr. Abrams called Melody at 3 a.m. "You should come now," he said simply. "It's time." She found Nicholas conscious but barely. His breathing labored despite the morphine. Dr. Abrams stood at the bedside monitoring vital signs, while Richard sat in a chair by the window, his usually composed face drawn with grief. "He's been asking for you," Dr. Abrams said quietly as she entered. Nicholas's eyes found hers as she approached the bed. "Melody," he whispered. "The key." She took it from her pocket, showing him. "I have it." "Good." His voice was barely audible. "Remember, 3 days. What happens in 3 days, Nicholas?" she asked urgently. "Tell me now, while you still can." A ghost of his former smile crossed his lips. "Justice." His eyes held hers for a moment longer, that penetrating blue gaze that had seen through her from the beginning. Then something shifted, faded, and Nicholas Hamilton was gone. Dr. Abrams checked for vital signs, then shook his head. "Time of death, 3:42 a.m. Richard moved to the bedside, placing a hand on Nicholas's shoulder in farewell. "It's done then." "What's done?" Melody asked, still clutching the key. "What happens in 3 days?" Richard regarded her with a mixture of pity and contempt. "You'll find out soon enough, Mrs. Hamilton. We all will." As dawn broke on a new year, Melody stood at the window of what was now technically her bedroom in what was now technically her house, watching the first light touch the garden Nicholas had loved. She was officially a widow. In her hand, she still clutched the brass key and the sealed envelope. Whatever Nicholas had set in motion would trigger in just 3 days. The clock was ticking. The first day of widowhood passed in a blur of necessary arrangements. Richard took charge of notifying the foundation board and key business associates, while Dr. Abrams handled medical formalities. Melody found herself oddly sidelined in the process, as though her role as grieving widow was merely ceremonial. "The funeral will be on Thursday," Richard informed her that afternoon, seated across from her in Nicholas's, now her, study. "Small, private service as he requested. No press." "So soon?" Melody asked, surprised. Nicholas was explicit about his wishes. No delays, no public spectacle. Richard consulted his notes. The foundation will issue a statement tomorrow acknowledging his passing and confirming continuation of all research initiatives. "And the will, when will that be read?" Richard's expression revealed nothing. "Friday morning, my office, 10 a.m. 3 days after Nicholas's death. The timing couldn't be coincidental." "What happens at the reading, Richard?" Melody asked directly. "What did Nicholas plan?" "The contents of a will are confidential until formally read," he replied, his tone professionally detached. "All interested parties will be present on Friday." "All parties? Who besides me?" "Foundation representatives. A few business associates, Dr. Abrams." He closed his portfolio. Nicholas cast a wide net. After Richard left, Melody opened the envelope he had given her on Christmas Day. Inside was a single sheet of Nicholas's stationery, his precise handwriting covering half the page. "Melody, by the time you read this, I will have departed. For a man who prized control, surrendering to biological inevitability is the final irony. My funeral preferences are simple. Private service, no public memorial, cremation afterward. The foundation will continue my research without interruption. How it will do so may surprise you. The key you possess opens something of value, though perhaps not the value you expect. You will know when and where to use it. You once asked if I was planning to hurt you. The answer is no. One cannot hurt what one does not value. I am merely ensuring balance, a concept I've honored throughout my business career. In 3 days, all will become clear. Until then, enjoy the privileges of wealth you've sought so diligently. They are fleeting, like all earthly possessions. Nicholas Melody read the letter twice, looking for hidden meanings or clues, but found only Nicholas's characteristic directness and cryptic warnings. The key remained a mystery, as did the consequences awaiting her on Friday. She needed more information, and quickly. Vanessa arrived that evening with expensive sympathy and calculated concern. "You poor thing," she cooed, embracing Melody in the grand foyer. "How are you holding up?" "As well as can be expected," Melody replied, leading her friend to the living room where she'd already opened a bottle of Nicholas's finest scotch. "So it's done," Vanessa said once they were settled with drinks. "You actually did it. Married him, nursed him, buried him." "He's not buried yet," Melody corrected. "The funeral is Thursday." "Details," Vanessa waved dismissively. "The point is, you're free now, rich and free." She raised her glass. "To Nicholas Hamilton, who had the good sense to marry you and the better sense to die promptly." The toast turned Melody's stomach. Had she really sounded like this before? Had Nicholas heard her speaking this way about him? "It's more complicated than that," she said, setting down her untouched drink. Vanessa's eyes narrowed. "What's complicated? You're his widow, this is your house, his money is your money. There's something Nicholas planned, something set to happen 3 days after his death. What are you talking about?" Melody explained about the cryptic emails, the journal entries, the references to evidence and recordings. Vanessa listened with growing alarm. "He was spying on you? Recording your conversations?" She looked around the room suspiciously. "Here in your home?" "I think so, and possibly elsewhere." Vanessa paled slightly. "What exactly did he record?" "I don't know. But he mentioned conversations about his demise, about spending his money." "Our brunches," Vanessa realized. "Those times at Balthazar when we were celebrating your future widowhood." She cursed softly. "That vindictive bastard. He must have had someone following me, maybe listening devices. But what's the point now? He's dead. What damage can he do?" Melody thought of Nicholas's words. "The timer is set. 3 days after my passing, everything activates automatically. I think he's arranged for evidence to be released somehow. Recordings, investigation reports, something that exposes my motives for marrying him." "To whom? The public? Who cares?" Vanessa scoffed. "So you married an old rich guy for his money. Stop the presses." "It's more than that. The way Richard and Dr. Abrams have been acting." Nicholas called it justice, said he was ensuring balance. Sounds like the rambling of a bitter dying man. Vanessa dismissed. "What could he possibly do? The money is legally yours as his widow, right? Unless there's a prenup you didn't tell me about?" "No prenup," Melody confirmed, "but something about the foundation restructuring, changes to the governance. And this key." She showed Vanessa the small brass key. "He said it opens the truth." Vanessa examined it. "Safety deposit box maybe, bank vault." "That's what I thought, but which one?" "Nicholas had accounts at 4 different banks. We need to check them all, tomorrow." Vanessa handed back the key. "Whatever Nicholas planned, we can counter it." "You're smart, Mel. You didn't come this far to lose everything now." After Vanessa left, Melody wandered through the mansion that was technically hers, trying to imagine the surveillance Nicholas had implemented. How many conversations had he recorded? How many careless remarks about his illness, his death, his money had been captured as evidence of her true character? And what exactly had he arranged to happen on Friday? The next morning, Melody began her search. She visited 3 of Nicholas's banks, inquiring about safety deposit boxes in his name. At each, she was informed that as his widow, she would need a death certificate and court approval to access any safety deposit boxes, neither of which she yet possessed. "Bank policy, Mrs. Hamilton," the manager at Chase explained apologetically. "Even with the key, we can't grant access without proper documentation, and that usually takes weeks to process." Frustrated, Melody returned to the mansion to find Dr. Abrams waiting in the foyer. "I came to check on you," he said, his professional demeanor softened by genuine concern. "These first days can be difficult." "I'm fine," she replied automatically, "just attending to necessary arrangements." He nodded understandingly. "Nicholas mentioned you might struggle with the transition. He asked me to remind you that grief manifests in unexpected ways. Did he also mention what he was planning for Friday? Melody asked bluntly. What activates 3 days after his death? Doctor. Abrams' expression shifted subtly. I'm not sure what you mean. Don't play innocent, Dr. Abrams. You were in on it. The final recording, the evidence he gathered, whatever justice he thought he was arranging. The doctor sighed, gesturing toward the living room. Perhaps we should sit down. Once seated, Dr. Abrams regarded her with clinical detachment. Nicholas was a complicated man, Mrs. Hamilton. Brilliant, strategic, but also deeply wounded by loss. You're not answering my question, because it's not my place to reveal Nicholas's plans. I was his doctor, occasionally his confidant, but always bound by professional ethics. Ethics? Melody laughed bitterly. Was it ethical to help him spy on me? To record private conversations? I never participated in any surveillance, Dr. Abrams clarified. I advised against it, in fact, but Nicholas was determined. He believed he was collecting evidence necessary for what he called the correction. The correction? His term. I don't know the specifics. The doctor rose. I can tell you this much, Mrs. Hamilton. Nicholas was not a vindictive man by nature. Whatever he arranged, it has purpose beyond simple revenge. After he left, Melody sat frozen, the doctor's words echoing in her mind. The correction. Another cryptic term in Nicholas's elaborate game. She needed to find that keys match, and quickly. There was only one bank left to check. Morgan Stanley Private Bank occupied an Art Deco building in the financial district. As a premier client, Nicholas had enjoyed enhanced services, including a dedicated wealth manager who recognized Melody immediately. Mrs. Hamilton, what a surprise. We weren't expecting you until Friday. The statement caught her attention. Friday. Was I scheduled for something? The manager, a sleek woman in her 50s named Eleanor Pierce, consulted her calendar. Yes, Mr. Kensington arranged for you to meet with our team following the reading of the will. Standard procedure for estate transitions of this magnitude. I see. Melody adjusted her approach. Actually, I'm here about a safety deposit box. Nicholas gave me this key before he passed, but didn't specify which bank it belonged to. Eleanor examined the key. This isn't one of ours, I'm afraid. Our safety deposit boxes use electronic access cards, not traditional keys. Another dead end. Melody was about to leave when Eleanor added, though it does resemble the keys for the private document storage in our executive vault. Mr. Hamilton maintained a secure file there, separate from his financial holdings. Could this be for that storage? Possibly, but access would still require proper documentation and Mr. Kensington's authorization. Bank policy. Richard again, the gatekeeper to Nicholas's secrets. When did Nicholas last access these files? Melody asked casually. Eleanor checked her computer. December 26th. He came with Mr. Kensington and Dr. Abrams. They spent approximately 1 hour in the private consultation room with the files, the day after Christmas, right after Nicholas had given her the key. Thank you, Eleanor. You've been very helpful. Outside the bank, Melody called Richard's office only to be told he was unavailable until the funeral tomorrow. Every avenue led to the same roadblock, waiting until Friday, when whatever Nicholas had planned would already be in motion. Nicholas Hamilton's funeral was a subdued affair, held at a small chapel near Gramercy Park. Despite his wealth and influence, fewer than 50 people attended. Foundation board members, research scientists, business associates, and a handful of old friends. Melody sat in the front row, dressed in tasteful black, her face carefully composed. As Nicholas's widow, all eyes were on her, measuring her grief, assessing her sincerity. Richard sat beside her, rigid in his expensive suit, while Dr. Abrams occupied the seat on her other side. The service was brief as Nicholas had requested. No religious overtones, no flowery eulogies, just a simple celebration of a life dedicated to scientific advancement and medical research. The only personal touch was a string quartet, playing Barber's Adagio for strings, Caroline's favorite piece. As the final notes faded, Richard rose to deliver the only speech of the service. Nicholas Hamilton was not a man who measured success by wealth accumulated but by problems solved, he began, his voice steady despite the emotion evident in his eyes. He believed in balance, in markets, in nature, in human affairs. When he saw imbalance, he sought correction. The word sent a chill through Melody. The correction. There it was again. Tomorrow, Nicholas's final vision will be revealed, Richard continued. his ultimate correction to ensure that justice, his most deeply held value, is served. The statement was clearly meant for her. Melody maintained her composure even as panic fluttered in her chest. What had Nicholas arranged, and why was Richard announcing it so publicly? After the service, during the small reception at the mansion, Melody found herself isolated despite the crowd. Conversations stopped when she approached, only to resume as she moved away. Foundation board members watched her with barely disguised suspicion, while Nicholas's old friends offered perfunctory condolences before gravitating toward Richard. "Quite the frost in here," Vanessa murmured, appearing at Melody's side with a glass of champagne. "You'd think you were the one who killed him." "Not now, Van," Melody warned quietly. "Just saying it's weird. You're his widow. You should be the center of sympathy, not treated like you have the plague." Melody had noticed the same thing. The attendees seemed to know something she didn't. Something about tomorrow, about Nicholas's final vision. Across the room, she spotted Dr. Abrams in conversation with a distinguished-looking woman she didn't recognize. The doctor caught her gaze, and after a moment's hesitation, brought his companion over. "Mrs. Hamilton, may I introduce Professor Diana Winters? She's the new director of neurological research at the Hamilton Foundation." "New director?" Melody echoed, confused. "I wasn't aware of any leadership changes." "My appointment was finalized last week," Professor Winters explained. "Mr. Hamilton personally selected me before his passing. Another decision made without her knowledge, another piece of Nicholas's elaborate plan." "Dr. Winters will be leading the Foundation's expanded research initiative," Dr. Abrams added. Nicholas was quite specific about the direction he wanted the work to take. How fortunate he had time to arrange everything so thoroughly, Melody said, unable to keep the edge from her voice. Dr. Abrams and Professor Winters exchanged glances. "Yes," the professor said carefully. "Mr. Hamilton was remarkably detailed in his instructions, especially regarding tomorrow's announcement." "What announcement?" "The Foundation's new governance structure and funding protocols," Professor Winters replied, seeming surprised by the question. "I assumed you'd been briefed given your position." "My position," Melody repeated. "And what exactly is my position in this new structure?" Another uncomfortable exchange of glances before Dr. Abrams intervened. "Perhaps this discussion would be better continued tomorrow after the formal proceedings." They moved away, leaving Melody with the distinct impression that she was the only person in the room who didn't know what was coming. Later, after the last guests had departed, Melody stood in Nicholas's study, a room that still felt like his, despite his absence. The brass key sat on the desk before her, its purpose still unknown. Whatever it opened, she was increasingly certain it was central to Nicholas's plan. Richard's words echoed in her mind, his ultimate correction to ensure that justice is served. Tomorrow would reveal everything, but by then, would it be too late to stop whatever Nicholas had set in motion? The night before the will reading, Melody barely slept. Every creak of the old mansion, every shadow seemed to conceal some aspect of Nicholas's elaborate scheme. By dawn, she had resigned herself to facing whatever came, dignity intact if nothing else. She dressed carefully in a black Armani suit, pearl earrings her only jewelry. The outfit projected wealth, confidence, composure, everything Nicholas had given her access to and everything she now stood to lose. The brass key went into her handbag, though she still didn't know what it opened. Whatever Nicholas had planned, she would face it with the same strategic calculation that had defined her rise from Riverside, New Jersey, to Manhattan's elite. Richard's law office occupied 3 floors of a prestigious Park Avenue building. Melody arrived precisely at 10 a.m., finding the conference room already filled with familiar faces from yesterday's funeral. Foundation board members, key researchers, including Professor Winters, Dr. Abrams and several business associates whose connections to Nicholas she couldn't immediately place. "Mrs. Hamilton," Richard greeted her formally. "Please, take a seat." She was directed to a chair at the head of the long table, a position of honor that felt increasingly like a defendant's seat as all eyes turned to her. Richard remained standing, arranging papers before him with methodical precision. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered today for the reading of Nicholas Hamilton's last will and testament, executed on December 26, 2023, and witnessed by myself and Dr. Jacob Abrams." The date confirmed what Melody already suspected. Nicholas had finalized his plans just after giving her the key during that private meeting at Morgan Stanley. Before proceeding, Richard continued, Mr. Hamilton left specific instructions that a recording be played for all present. With your permission, he nodded to an assistant who dimmed the lights and activated a large screen at the end of the room. After a moment, Nicholas's face appeared, recorded in what appeared to be the private consultation room at Morgan Stanley. Despite her apprehension, Melody felt a jolt at seeing him, still gaunt from illness but clear-eyed, composed, unmistakably in command of his faculties. "If you're watching this," Nicholas began, his voice stronger than it had been in his final weeks, "then I have passed from this world, and you are gathered to hear my final dispositions. Before Richard reads the legal language, I wanted to speak directly to all of you, my colleagues, my friends, and my wife." His blue eyes seemed to find Melody through the screen. "Throughout my business career, I operated by a simple principle. Markets require corrections when values become distorted. The same is true in human affairs. When false values corrupt true ones, correction becomes necessary." Nicholas shifted slightly, his expression hardening. 6 months ago, I married Melody Carter, knowing precisely who she was and what she wanted. A strategic woman from humble beginnings, determined to secure her future through the oldest method available to attractive young women, marriage to wealth. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the conference room. Melody sat frozen, feeling the weight of every gaze. "I entered this arrangement with open eyes," Nicholas continued. "Melody made no secret of her ambitions, at least not to me. What she didn't know was that our marriage served my purposes as well as hers." He paused, allowing his words to sink in. "From the beginning, I gathered evidence of Melody's true character and intentions, not out of malice, but to ensure justice, to correct a fundamental imbalance in her approach to life, the belief that calculation could replace contribution, that taking could substitute for earning." Nicholas leaned forward, his gaze intensifying. "Today, that correction begins. Richard will now read the details of my will, but let me be clear about its essence. Melody Carter Hamilton will receive exactly what she has earned, no more, no less. And my true legacy, the work of the Hamilton Foundation, will continue untainted by the same corruption of values that has defined her life choices." The screen went dark, leaving the conference room in stunned silence. Richard cleared his throat, returning attention to the matter at hand. "I will now read the formal will and testament of Nicholas Hamilton." As Richard began reciting legal language, Melody sat paralyzed, Nicholas's words echoing in her mind. Exactly what she has earned, no more, no less. Whatever was coming, it wasn't complete disinheritance, that much was clear, but what had Nicholas deemed she had earned? "To my wife, Melody Carter Hamilton," Richard read eventually, "I leave the following. First, compensation for her time as my caregiver during my illness, calculated at the professional rate of $250 per hour for approximately 1,000 hours of direct care, totaling $250,000. Second, ownership of her personal effects currently in our shared residence, including clothing, jewelry, and personal items purchased during our marriage. Third, use of the guest house on my Hamptons property for a period not to exceed 6 months from the date of my death, allowing reasonable time to secure new accommodations. Fourth, a lump sum of $1 million as final settlement of any and all claims against my estate, contingent upon her signing a full release of further claims." Melody felt the room spinning around her. After taxes, the inheritance would barely keep her in Manhattan for a few years, nothing close to the lifetime of luxury she had anticipated. But Richard wasn't finished. Regarding the primary residence in Gramercy Park, all financial accounts, investment portfolios, art collections, automobiles, and remaining real estate holdings, these assets are to be transferred immediately to the Nicholas and Caroline Hamilton Foundation to be managed by the newly established Board of Trustees, according to the governance structure executed on December 26, 2023. The Foundation. Nicholas had left everything to the Foundation. Decades of wealth accumulation, properties around the world, art worth millions, all directed away from her to continue his research legacy. Furthermore, Richard continued, Mr. Hamilton directed that a complete record of evidence regarding Mrs. Hamilton's statements, actions, and intentions throughout their courtship and marriage be preserved in a secure location, accessible only under specific circumstances. Melody found her voice at last. "What circumstances?" Richard glanced up from the document. "In the event that you contest the will, Mrs. Hamilton, or make any public claims against Mr. Hamilton's character or intentions, the complete evidence file will be released to all interested parties, including relevant media outlets." The trap was complete. Nicholas had left her enough to appear generous to outside observers. A grieving widow receiving over $1 million couldn't claim mistreatment, but nowhere near the fortune she had calculated, and any attempt to fight the will would trigger the release of damning evidence about her true motives. "There is one final provision," Richard added, returning to the document. "Mr. Hamilton left a private letter for Mrs. Hamilton to be opened and read by her alone. It can be accessed using the key he provided before his passing." The brass key. Melody's hand moved unconsciously to her bag where it rested. "The location requiring this key is Safety Deposit Box 713 at First Republic Bank on Madison Avenue. Authorization for Mrs. Hamilton's one-time access has been arranged, regardless of normal bank protocols for estate matters. First Republic, the one bank she hadn't checked." As Richard concluded the formal reading, the room remained silent, all eyes on Melody. She had arrived as Mrs. Nicholas Hamilton, presumptive heiress to billions. She would leave as Melody Carter, recipient of a calculated settlement designed to appear generous while delivering a fraction of what she had expected. Nicholas had outplayed her at every turn. He had seen through her from the beginning, married her knowing her motives, and methodically constructed an elaborate plan to ensure she received precisely what he deemed fair. No more, no less. And somewhere in a safety deposit box at First Republic Bank, a final message awaited her, accessible only with the key she had carried since Christmas Day. Whatever Nicholas's ultimate message might be, one thing was clear: his game was not yet finished. From beyond the grave, Nicholas Hamilton was about to deliver his final move. The safety deposit box key burned in Melody's palm as she sat in the back of her town car, a vehicle that would soon no longer be hers. The driver, oblivious to the earthquake that had just decimated her future, asked, "Where to, Mrs. Hamilton?" The name itself now felt like mockery. Mrs. Hamilton, a temporary identity she'd fought so hard to claim, only to discover it was part of Nicholas's elaborate trap. "First Republic Bank on Madison," she replied, her voice steadier than she felt. "Then home. Home." Another temporary illusion. 6 months in the Hamptons guest house was all Nicholas had granted her. After that, she'd be on her own again, albeit with $1 million cushion that wouldn't go as far as most people thought in Manhattan's rarefied circles. As the car navigated midtown traffic, Melody replayed the will reading, searching for a weakness, a flaw in Nicholas's plan. There had to be a challenge she could mount, some legal technicality that would invalidate his vindictive scheme, but the threat of that evidence file made any contest dangerous. Nicholas had gathered recordings, witness statements, probably even private conversations with Vanessa and others. If released, such evidence would not only destroy any legal case she might bring, but would devastate what remained of her social standing. Her phone buzzed with incoming messages. News of Nicholas Hamilton's will was already circulating through Manhattan's elite gossip networks. Vanessa had texted 5 times, increasingly frantic. "What happened? Is it true? Someone from the foundation said you only got $1 million? Call me Richard Kensington is telling people. Nicholas restructured everything days before he died. Mel, this is a disaster." Melody silenced her phone. Vanessa would have to wait. First, she needed to see what awaited her in that safety deposit box. Nicholas's final message, his last move in the game that had apparently begun the moment they met. First, Republic's marble-floored lobby conveyed the discreet wealth of old Manhattan. A private banker recognized her immediately. "Mrs. Hamilton, we've been expecting you. Please follow me." She was led to a secure room in the back, ID verified, forms signed. The process felt dreamlike, as if happening to someone else. "Take all the time you need," the banker said, placing box number 713 on the table before leaving her alone. Melody stared at the brushed metal container, suddenly hesitant. Whatever Nicholas had left inside represented his final communication to her, perhaps an explanation, perhaps further conditions, perhaps simply one last twist of the knife. With a deep breath, she inserted the brass key and opened the box. Inside lay a single envelope and a small velvet pouch. She opened the envelope first, finding Nicholas's distinctive handwriting on heavy stationery. "Melody, if you're reading this, You've just discovered that our marriage was not the simple transaction you imagined. You pursued a wealthy, dying man for his fortune. I pursued a strategic, calculating woman for my final purpose. I never lied to you about my condition or my wealth. You never lied to me about your ambition or your past. We were in our way honest with each other about everything except our true intentions. You saw me as a target. I saw you as an instrument of justice. The inheritance you've received represents fair compensation for services rendered. Nothing more, nothing less. Not the windfall you calculated, but not destitution either. Like all corrections, it aims for balance. You're wondering if there's a way out, a legal challenge that might circumvent my plans. There isn't. Every document is properly executed, every provision legally sound. Judge Harrington personally verified the structure. Even if you were willing to risk the release of the evidence file, your challenge would fail. Now to your final question, why? Why marry you knowing your motives? Why elaborate planning instead of simply writing you out of my will? Because some lessons require experience to truly understand. Because taking without earning creates a distortion that demands correction. Because you needed to feel, if only briefly, the same hollowness of betrayal that you've inflicted on others. In the velvet pouch, you'll find a gift, the last you'll receive from me. Consider it a token of the journey we've shared, and the one you must now undertake alone. Nicholas P.S. The evidence file will remain secured unless you force its release. Your reputation, like your future, remains in your hands alone. Melody read the letter twice, tears of rage and humiliation welling in her eyes. No apology, no regret, just clinical detachment and moral superiority from a man who had orchestrated an elaborate revenge plot while dying. She reached for the velvet pouch, hands trembling slightly as she opened it. Inside was a single object, Caroline's sapphire pendant. The one Nicholas had mentioned was his first gift to his late wife. The symbolism wasn't lost on Melody. Caroline had been true love. Melody had been a calculated transaction. The pendant represented everything she wasn't in Nicholas's eyes, genuine, devoted, worthy. As she sat in the privacy of the bank's consultation room, the full extent of Nicholas's deception washed over her. He had never been the vulnerable Mark she'd imagined. From their first accidental meeting at the MoMA Gala to his strategic marriage proposal, he had been manipulating her with the precision of a chess grandmaster, always 10 moves ahead. The worst part wasn't losing the fortune. It was realizing how completely she'd been outplayed by a man she'd underestimated in every possible way. He can't do this, Vanessa paced Melody's living room. Correction, the Foundation's living room, later that afternoon. It's elder abuse or something. You devoted months to caring for him, and he compensated me at $250 an hour for it, Melody replied dully, staring out at the Gramercy Park garden. More than fair market rate. Fair market? Vanessa sputtered. You were his wife. You're entitled to half of everything under New York law. Not with the prenuptial agreements we signed. Another detail Melody had neglected to share with her friend. And even if there were grounds to challenge, the evidence file makes that impossible. What evidence could be so bad? So you married him for money, hardly breaking news. Melody turned from the window. It's not just that, Van. It's every conversation we had about his death, every joke, every plan for spending his money. He recorded everything. Vanessa paled. Everything? According to Richard, there are dozens of hours of recordings. From here, from restaurants, from your apartment, anywhere we talked about Nicholas. That's illegal, Vanessa protested weakly. Isn't it? New York is a one-party consent state. As long as Nicholas consented to the recording, it's perfectly legal. Melody moved to the bar, pouring herself a drink. Besides, legality is beside the point. The threat of public release is enough to keep me from challenging the will. So that's it? He wins from beyond the grave? You just accept this insult? Melody fingered the sapphire pendant which she'd placed on the coffee table. It wasn't just about the money for him. It was about teaching me a lesson. She laughed bitterly. The great Nicholas Hamilton's final philanthropic project, reforming the gold digger. What will you do now? Vanessa asked, her outrage mellowing into practical concern. I have 6 months in the Hamptons guest house, $1 million after taxes, and whatever I can liquidate from the jewelry and clothes he bought me. Melody sipped her scotch. Not destitution, as Nicholas so condescendingly pointed out, but not the life I'd planned. "You could write a book," Vanessa suggested. "Scorned widow tells all about billionaire's cruel revenge. There'd be a bidding war, and trigger the release of the evidence file." Melody shook her head. Nicholas thought of everything. The only way to keep any dignity is to accept his terms and move on quietly. As night fell over Gramercy Park, Melody wandered through the mansion, a home she'd briefly believed would be hers forever. In Nicholas's study, everything remained exactly as he'd left it. Books perfectly aligned, desk meticulously organized, the faint scent of his cologne still lingering in the leather chair. She opened the journal she'd discovered weeks earlier, flipping through Nicholas's entries from before their marriage. May 3rd, Em made her approach today at MoMA, exactly as anticipated following the information I had planted with Harrington PR. Sophisticated technique, the deliberate champagne spill, the personal connection through her father's illness. R remains skeptical, but agrees the plan has potential if she proves suitable. Melody froze. The information had been planted. Her accidental meeting with Nicholas had been orchestrated by him. She read further. May 18th, second coincidental encounter at Bryant Park, executed perfectly. Em believes she is controlling the interaction, unaware that her gym membership, coffee preferences and daily routines have been thoroughly documented. Her calculated vulnerability is impressive. Caroline would have found her fascinating as a psychological study. The revelation struck like a physical blow. She had believed herself the hunter, but had been the prey all along. Nicholas had been studying her, testing her, assessing her suitability for his plan before she'd even known he was watching. More entries confirmed the elaborate nature of his scheme. June 3rd, the foundation event provided Em the opportunity I'd anticipated. Her research on my interests and associates was thorough, though she missed the surveillance system installed throughout the house. First recording captured her call to Vanessa afterward. Plans for landing the dying billionaire now documented. Evidence collection protocol established with security team. July 10th, marriage preparation proceeding according to timeline. Em believes the expedited ceremony reflects my declining health rather than strategic advantage. Prenuptial agreements executed with specific clauses that will activate upon my death. R has secured Judge H's assistance with the specialized trust structure. Each entry revealed another layer of Nicholas's calculation, another dimension of his planning. What she had considered her most brilliant strategic moves had been anticipated, even orchestrated by Nicholas himself. One final entry, dated just before Christmas, drove home the totality of his victory. December 22nd, final preparations complete. Em remains unaware of the full scope, though her recent investigations suggest growing suspicion. Too late to matter now. Evidence compiled, will executed, foundation restructuring in place. Caroline would question my methods but not my purpose. Some lessons can only be taught through consequence. Em will learn hers soon enough. Melody closed the journal, a hollow feeling expanding in her chest. The man she thought she had manipulated had been manipulating her all along, with a precision and foresight that left her amateur schemes looking childish by comparison. Nicholas Hamilton, even in death, had won their game so completely that she hadn't even understood the true rules until now. The following days brought the practical realities of Nicholas's revenge into sharp focus. Richard Kensington arrived with a team of foundation representatives to inventory the mansion's contents. Artwork, antiques, even furniture was documented and designated as foundation property. "You have 30 days to vacate the main residence," Richard informed her, his tone professionally detached. "As specified in the will, you may take your personal effects and continue to use the Hamptons guest house for 6 months. "How generous," Melody replied, unable to keep the bitterness from her voice. Richard paused his documentation. "He could have left you nothing, Melody. Many in his position would have. Instead, he left me public humiliation and a consolation prize." "Is that how you see it?" Richard's expression softened slightly. "Nicholas never intended public humiliation. The evidence file remains private unless you force its release. The terms of the will are public. Everyone knows I've been disinherited. Everyone knows Nicholas chose to direct his fortune toward medical research rather than personal enrichment. A choice many would find admirable." Melody laughed sharply. "You're as skilled at reframing as he was. I learned from the best." Richard sighed, setting down his clipboard. For what it's worth, he struggled with the decision. The plan was firm from the beginning, but the personal aspects, those gave him pause. What do you mean? Nicholas expected a purely transactional relationship. He didn't anticipate genuine care developing on either side. Richard studied her face. He mentioned that you surprised him toward the end. The comment caught Melody off guard. Yet, he went through with his revenge anyway. He called it correction, not revenge. Richard picked up his clipboard again. The distinction mattered to him, even if it doesn't to you. After Richard left, Melody retreated to the master bedroom, soon to be relegated to foundation housing for visiting researchers, according to the transition plan. News of her situation had spread quickly through Manhattan's social circles, resulting in an immediate change in her standing. Invitations disappeared. Calls went unreturned. Even retail staff at her favorite boutiques treated her differently, the respectful deference afforded to Mrs. Nicholas Hamilton replaced by the polite indifference shown to a customer of moderate means. The speed of the transformation was breathtaking. Without Nicholas's fortune attached to her name, she had reverted instantly to her previous social status, or lower, given the circumstances of her disinheritance. Her phone rang, displaying her mother's number. Melody had called her after the will reading, downplaying the situation while breaking the news that she wouldn't be receiving Nicholas's billions after all. "How are you holding up, honey?" her mother asked, concern evident in her voice. "I'm fine, Mom. Really?" The lie came automatically, just dealing with the practical details. $1 million is still a wonderful nest egg, her mother said encouragingly. "And you've got the house for 6 months to figure things out." "Guest house," Melody corrected. "But yes, I have time. You could come home for a while, your old room is still there." The suggestion, returning to Riverside after her spectacular fall from Manhattan's heights, made Melody physically recoil. "Thanks, but I'll stay in New York. I have opportunities here." Another lie. What opportunities remained for the publicly rejected widow of Nicholas Hamilton? Her PR career had been abandoned for marriage. Her social connections were proving as conditional as Nicholas had predicted. "Well, the offer stands." Her mother's voice softened. "Melody, I know this isn't what you planned, but maybe it's an opportunity to reassess, to figure out what you really want, not just what looks impressive." "Mom, please, not now. I'm just saying all those years chasing status and money, I never saw it make you happy." "Not really." After ending the call, Melody stood before the floor-to-ceiling bedroom windows, Manhattan's skyline glittering in the distance. Her mother's words echoed uncomfortably. Had the pursuit of wealth and status ever brought her genuine happiness? Or had it simply been the next logical step for a girl determined to escape her circumstances? Nicholas had seen through her so completely, not just her strategic pursuit of his fortune, but the emptiness driving that pursuit. His correction targeted not just her actions, but the values underlying them. The realization brought no comfort, only a deepening sense that Nicholas Hamilton's revenge extended far beyond financial disinheritance. He had orchestrated an existential crisis, forcing her to confront the hollow core of the life she'd constructed. The Hamilton Foundation's annual gala proceeded as scheduled 3 weeks after Nicholas's death, now transformed into a memorial celebration of his life and legacy. Melody received no formal invitation, though Richard informed her she was welcome to attend if she wished. She shouldn't have gone. Pride dictated a dignified absence. But something drove her to the Metropolitan Museum that evening, a need to see firsthand what Nicholas had valued more than her, what he had deemed worthy of his fortune, while finding her deserving only of minimal compensation. She dressed carefully in a black gown she'd worn to an event with Nicholas months earlier, her only jewelry, the sapphire pendant from the safety deposit box, a statement only she would fully understand. Heads turned as she entered the Temple of Dender, conversations pausing momentarily before resuming with increased intensity. The widow who'd been bypassed, the gold digger who'd failed, the cautionary tale in Valentino. "Mrs. Hamilton," Amanda Chen greeted her with professional courtesy. "Thank you for coming. Nicholas would have appreciated your support of the Foundation's mission." "Would he?" Melody accepted a champagne from a passing server. "Somehow I doubt that. He spoke often of your intelligence and strategic mind," Amanda continued, seemingly determined to maintain pleasant fiction. "Those qualities will serve you well in your next chapter." "My next chapter? How diplomatically put." Amanda lowered her voice. "For what it's worth, the board was surprised by the structure of the will. We expected you to have an ongoing role with the foundation. This was new information. What changed? Nicholas made the final governance decisions shortly after Christmas. Very specific instructions about board composition, funding priorities, even staffing decisions. Amanda glanced around, completely restructured to remove any possibility of external influence. External influence, meaning her. Nicholas hadn't just disinherited her, he'd systematically eliminated any potential avenue for her to influence the foundation or its resources. Another layer of his meticulous planning revealed. Across the room, Melody spotted Dr. Abrams in conversation with Professor Winters, the new research director. She made her way toward them, determined to understand more about Nicholas's final arrangements. Dr. Abrams, she interrupted smoothly. How nice to see foundation work continuing so seamlessly after Nicholas's passing. Mrs. Hamilton, he acknowledged, discomfort evident in his expression. I didn't expect you this evening. Clearly. Yet here I am, celebrating my late husband's legacy. She smiled tightly. The legacy that apparently required my complete exclusion to flourish. Professor Winters cleared her throat. I should check on the presentation preparations. Excuse me. Once alone with Dr. Abrams, Melody dropped all pretense. You knew. All those months, all those consultations in our home, you knew what Nicholas was planning. I knew he was making arrangements, the doctor admitted. Not the specifics. Did you help him record our conversations? Install surveillance in our home? Absolutely not. Dr. Abrams looked genuinely offended. I advised against his entire approach, Melody. I told him that whatever your initial motives, your care in his final months seemed genuine. The confirmation that even Nicholas's doctor had seen change in her feelings stung unexpectedly, yet he proceeded anyway. Nicholas believed in consequences. Dr. Abrams sighed. But if it matters, I don't think his final decisions were made without conflict. He changed the will several times in December. Changed how? I don't know details, but there were multiple drafts, multiple meetings with Richard and Judge Harrington. He lowered his voice. Nicholas was uncertain about something toward the end, questioning himself in a way I hadn't seen before. Before Melody could press further, the lights dimmed for the evening's presentation. A large screen descended, and the crowd fell silent as Nicholas's image appeared, the same recording from the will reading. Welcome to the future of the Hamilton Foundation, Nicholas began, his voice strong despite his visibly weakened condition. While I regret not being with you in person, I take comfort knowing that the work we've begun will continue long after I'm gone. The presentation outlined Nicholas's vision for the Foundation's expanded mission, increased research funding, new treatment protocols, global partnerships to address neurological diseases worldwide, billions directed toward genuine progress, genuine impact. Everything Melody would have redirected to personal luxury had his fortune passed to her as she'd planned. This foundation represents my true legacy, Nicholas continued. Not wealth accumulated, but knowledge advanced. Not personal comfort, but collective benefit. He paused, his blue eyes seeming to find Melody in the crowd. Some lessons arrive too late to change our path, but never too late to change our understanding. As applause filled the hall, Melody slipped away, unable to bear another moment of Nicholas's posthumous triumph. Outside in the cool evening air, she gazed across Fifth Avenue toward Central Park, the familiar Manhattan landscape suddenly feeling foreign, hostile. Her car and driver, no longer hers technically, but still at her disposal until the Foundation completed its transition, waited at the curb. Home, Mrs. Hamilton? The driver asked. The question lingered. Home. Where was that now? The Gramercy mansion she'd have to vacate in weeks? The Hamptons guest house that represented her temporary refuge? The Riverside house she'd spent years escaping? Just drive, she said finally. Anywhere. As the car moved through Manhattan's glittering canyons, Melody fingered the sapphire pendant, Nicholas's final gift, and perhaps his final message. Caroline's pendant. The symbol of genuine love against calculated interest. Why had he included it with that final letter? Was it meant as a final twist of the knife, a reminder of what she wasn't? Or was there another message, something she was missing? Her phone buzzed with a text from Vanessa. Heard you went to the gala. Brave or crazy, call me. Melody silenced the phone. Vanessa represented a connection to her old self, the calculating woman who had viewed Nicholas as a target rather than a person. That version of herself now seemed simultaneously distant and inescapable, a ghost she couldn't quite exorcise. The car wound through the city, eventually finding its way to the Brooklyn Bridge. As they crossed, Manhattan's skyline receded in the distance. A glittering promise Melody had pursued relentlessly, believing wealth and status would fill the emptiness she'd carried since childhood. Nicholas had seen that emptiness, had used it against her, had constructed an elaborate lesson designed to force her to confront it. Not revenge, but correction, she murmured, echoing Richard's words. What exactly had Nicholas hoped to correct? Her behavior, her values, her entire approach to life, and why go to such lengths? The question that had haunted her since the will reading returned with renewed force. Nicholas Hamilton had been dying, his remaining time precious and limited. Yet he had devoted significant energy to orchestrating this elaborate scheme, marrying her, recording her, planning her downfall, when he could have simply excluded her from his will and focused on his medical legacy. There had to be more to his motivation than simple justice or moral instruction, something personal, something she was still missing. As the car returned to Manhattan, crossing into the Lower East Side, Melody made a decision. "Take me to Richard Kensington's office," she instructed the driver. Richard's corner office was illuminated only by a desk lamp when Melody arrived, having convinced building security to let her up, based on her still potent Hamilton name. The attorney looked up from a stack of documents, surprise briefly crossing his features before his professional composure returned. "Mrs. Hamilton, this is unexpected. I need answers, Richard." She took a seat without invitation. "Real answers, not the sanitized version you've been feeding me." "About?" "Nicholas's motivation, the real reason behind this elaborate scheme." She leaned forward. "Why did he marry me knowing my intentions? Why not simply avoid me altogether and focus on his medical legacy?" Richard studied her for a long moment. "Why does it matter now? The consequences are the same regardless of his motivation. It matters because I need to understand." Understanding wasn't part of Nicholas's plan. "Then it's a flaw in his plan." Melody held his gaze. "You were his closest friend. You know why he did this. The real reason, not the moral correction narrative." Richard sighed, removing his glasses. Nicholas was complex, particularly after Caroline's death. Losing her changed him in ways few people recognized. How so? Caroline was his moral compass, his emotional center. After she died, Nicholas retreated into a kind of logical extremism, seeking mathematical precision in human affairs. Richard gestured vaguely. He began seeing life as a series of transactions requiring balance. And I was just another transaction to balance. Initially, yes. Richard hesitated. After his diagnosis, Nicholas was approached by several women with obvious financial motives. He rejected them outright. But when you appeared, something different happened. What? He became interested. Not romantically, but intellectually. He said you reminded him of himself at your age. Strategic, determined, willing to use whatever advantages you possessed. Richard's expression shifted subtly. I think he saw in you a reflection of his younger self, the self before Caroline tempered his harder edges. The comparison startled Melody. Nicholas saw himself in me? Parts of himself he'd moved beyond. Richard nodded slowly. He once said that marrying you was like conducting an experiment on his former self, testing whether the values that drove his early success could withstand scrutiny when mirrored back at him. So I was a psychological experiment. The idea brought fresh anger. A way for Nicholas to work through his issues before dying. More than that, Richard reached for a folder on his desk. Nicholas was testing something specific. A theory about value and worth that had preoccupied him since Caroline's death. What theory? That taking without earning creates an imbalance requiring correction. That status without contribution is inherently unstable. Richard opened the folder. He documented his hypothesis extensively in his private notes. Richard extracted a handwritten document, passing it across the desk. Melody recognized Nicholas's precise script immediately. The Carter experiment. Hypothesis and expected outcomes. Subject: Melody Carter exhibits precise strategic capability focused exclusively on acquisition rather than creation. Targets status and wealth with methodical determination, but demonstrates no comparable commitment to generating value for others. Hypothesis: Absent correction, subject will continue pattern indefinitely, seeking gratification through possession rather than contribution. However, when confronted with the hollow nature of possession without purpose, subject may demonstrate capacity for growth. Methodology: controlled environment allowing subject to believe she is succeeding in acquisition strategy while actually participating in a value demonstration. Subject will experience apparent success, marriage, social status, presumed inheritance, followed by structured correction, removal of unearned benefits, retention of fairly earned compensation. Expected outcomes: 1. Subject rejects correction, confirming original assessment of character. 2. Subject accepts correction but without insight, seeking new targets. 3. Subject experiences genuine recognition of value distortion and begins correction process independently. Personal note: Caroline would question the ethics of this experiment, perhaps rightly so, but I find myself unable to leave this world without attempting one final correction of the values I once held myself. If MC is as similar to my younger self as I suspect, outcome number 3 remains possible, however unlikely. Melody read the document twice, emotions cycling between rage and disbelief. She had been reduced to a scientific experiment, a psychological subject, a mirror for Nicholas to examine his own past values. He was playing God, she said finally, pushing the paper away, deciding my worth, testing my character, all from his position of power and privilege. He was dying, Richard countered quietly, searching for meaning in his final months. At my expense. At the expense of someone who viewed him as nothing more than a wallet with a conveniently short expiration date. Richard's voice hardened. Let's not pretend you were an innocent victim, Melody. The blunt assessment silenced her momentarily. He was right, of course. She had approached Nicholas with calculated self-interest, viewing him as a means to an end rather than a person with his own agency and motivations. What was outcome number 3? She asked finally. The genuine recognition of value distortion. What did that mean to him? Richard considered the question carefully. Nicholas believed that real worth comes from contribution, not acquisition, that happiness cannot be secured through possession alone. He paused. I think he hoped, however unlikely he considered it, that you might eventually recognize that. And if I did, what then? The money is already gone, the foundation restructured. Nicholas made provisions for all potential outcomes. Richard hesitated, including the third. A new possibility opened before Melody, one she hadn't considered in the chaos of her disinheritance. What provisions? I'm not at liberty to discuss that yet. Richard closed the folder. Nicholas was specific about timing and circumstances. More games from beyond the grave, Melody said bitterly. More opportunities for correction, Richard countered. The question is whether you're capable of seeing them as such. As Melody left Richard's office, the full complexity of Nicholas's plan began to take shape in her mind. This wasn't simply revenge for her calculated pursuit of his fortune. It was an elaborate test, one with potential outcomes beyond the humiliation and disinheritance she'd experienced so far. Nicholas had structured his experiment with multiple endpoints, including one that acknowledged the possibility of genuine change. But what form would that change take? And what provisions had he made for this unlikely outcome? More importantly, why did the possibility suddenly matter to her? Was she simply grasping at another potential avenue to wealth, or was something deeper shifting within her? Something Nicholas had anticipated even before she recognized it herself. Back in the temporary sanctuary of the Gramercy mansion, Melody returned to Nicholas's study, drawn to the space where he had spent his final months, orchestrating her future. The journal still sat on his shelf, containing the detailed record of his observations and plans. But it was another book that caught her attention tonight, a volume of poetry she'd noticed Nicholas reading in his final weeks. Opening it, she found passages marked with his precise notations, including one prominently underlined, "We shall not cease from exploration, and the end of all our exploring will be to arrive where we started and know the place for the first time." T.S. Eliot's words, annotated in Nicholas's hand with a single question, "Is this possible for M?" As Melody sat in Nicholas's chair, surrounded by the artifacts of his life and thinking, she confronted an uncomfortable possibility. What if his correction wasn't just punishment but opportunity? What if the man she had viewed as merely a wealthy target had seen something in her that she hadn't recognized in herself. The sapphire pendant seemed heavier around her neck, its significance shifting from insult to question. Caroline had been Nicholas's moral compass, his path to purpose beyond wealth accumulation. The pendant wasn't just a symbol of genuine love versus calculated interest. It represented a transformation Nicholas had experienced himself. For the first time since the will reading, Melody considered Nicholas's elaborate scheme not just as revenge, but as a complex, misguided attempt to force her toward the same transformation he had undergone with Caroline. A transformation from acquisition to contribution, from taking to creating value. The realization didn't excuse his manipulative methods or soften the humiliation she'd experienced, but it added a dimension to Nicholas's motivation that she hadn't previously considered, one that suggested his final game might have moves remaining beyond those she'd already encountered. If Nicholas had made provisions for the possibility of her genuine change, what form would they take? And more unsettlingly, what would constitute genuine change in his eyes? As midnight approached, Melody found herself at a crossroads unlike any she'd faced before. The path of her life had been clear from childhood: escape, rise, secure. Now that trajectory lay in ruins, deliberately demolished by a man who had seen through her every calculation while making calculations of his own. What remained wasn't just the practical question of rebuilding her life with limited resources, but the more profound challenge Nicholas had embedded in his elaborate scheme. Was she capable of recognizing the value distortion he had identified? Could she see beyond acquisition to contribution? Beyond taking to creating? And if she could, if Nicholas's unlikely outcome number 3 were actually possible, what then? The question lingered as Melody closed the poetry book, Nicholas's final intellectual gift unwrapped in the silence of his study. Whatever provisions he had made for this outcome remained hidden, contingent perhaps on her demonstrating the very change he had deemed improbable. Nicholas Hamilton's revenge was complete, but his experiment, it seemed, might still be in progress. The first public coverage of Melody's situation appeared in page 6 3 days after the Foundation Gala. Hamilton widow cut off. Billions go to charity, not trophy wife. The headline stared up at Melody from her morning coffee table, accompanied by a split image. On one side, Nicholas and Melody at their wedding. On the other, Melody leaving the gala alone, face tense in an unguarded moment. The article was brutal in its efficiency. Manhattan's newest billionaire widow finds herself with considerably lighter pockets than expected. Sources close to the late pharmaceutical mogul Nicholas Hamilton confirm his vast fortune, estimated at over $4 billion, has been directed to his medical research foundation rather than to his wife of 7 months, Melody Carter Hamilton, 32. The former PR assistant, who married Hamilton shortly after his terminal diagnosis, reportedly received only a $1 million settlement and temporary housing accommodations. The Hamilton mansion in Gramercy Park is being converted to foundation headquarters. Nicholas was very specific about his legacy, says a foundation board member who requested anonymity. He wanted his wealth to advance medical research, not fund a socialite's shopping habits. The whirlwind romance raised eyebrows among Hamilton's inner circle from the beginning. Let's just say no one was surprised by the terms of the will, another source reveals. Nicholas knew exactly what he was doing, both with the marriage and with the estate planning. Mrs. Hamilton declined to comment on her husband's final arrangements. Melody tossed the paper aside, stomach churning. The article wasn't just reporting facts, it was shaping narrative. The trophy wife versus medical research. The former PR assistant versus the visionary billionaire. Without saying it explicitly, the story painted her as exactly what she was, a gold digger who had miscalculated. Her phone buzzed with an incoming text from Diana, one of her pre-Hamilton social circle. Just saw page 6. OMG. Coffee today. Need details. Not concern, but curiosity. The vultures were already circling. Before she could respond, her phone rang with her mother's number. I just saw the Post article, her mother said without preamble. Are you okay? I'm fine. The automatic lie again. It's just gossip column nonsense. They make you sound like you were after his money. Melody closed her eyes. Mom, I can't do this right now. Were you? After his money, I mean. Her mother's voice held no judgment, only the direct question Melody had always avoided during their conversations about Nicholas. Would it matter if I was? Melody countered. He was dying, he knew that. I gave him companionship in his final months. So yes then, her mother sighed. Oh, Melody, is this really who you want to be? The question hit harder than expected. Who did she want to be? The answer had always been simple. Wealthy, secure, respected. But those were outcomes, not identities. Nicholas's experiment had targeted precisely this distinction between having and being. I need to go, Mom. I have meetings about the estate transition. After hanging up, Melody stared at the growing list of messages on her phone. Friends, if they could be called that, wanting gossip. Acquaintances offering performative sympathy while angling for details. Several messages from Vanessa growing increasingly frantic. Call me now. This page 6 thing is a disaster. We need damage control strategy immediately. Where are you? Everyone is talking. Outside the mansion windows, a photographer lingered across the street, camera ready for any glimpse of the disinherited widow. The story was gaining momentum, her private humiliation evolving into public spectacle. Nicholas, even in death, had calculated perfectly. The will's terms were legally unassailable but socially devastating. She had been labeled, categorized, and dismissed. The gold digger who failed at her own game. The very identity she had cultivated so carefully was now her prison. You need to make a statement, Vanessa insisted later that day, pacing the living room with nervous energy. Get ahead of the narrative. Position yourself as the grieving widow blindsided by these arrangements. That would trigger the release of the evidence file, Melody replied, watching another photographer join the first across the street. Nicholas was explicit about that. So what? How bad could it really be? Bad enough that Richard Kensington seemed genuinely concerned about its release. Bad enough that Nicholas considered it nuclear-level leverage. Vanessa dropped onto the sofa. Then we pivot. You publicly accept the terms with grace. Say you support Nicholas's medical mission. Portray yourself as a partner in his vision, not an adversary. While being forced out of his home? Excluded from his foundation? Melody shook her head. No one would believe it. Then call his bluff. Challenge the will. Force Richard to actually release whatever evidence Nicholas supposedly gathered. It's probably just our brunches, maybe some catty comments. Everyone will understand. You're hardly the first woman to marry for money. The suggestion tempted her momentarily. What if Nicholas's evidence wasn't as damning as implied? What if Richard was bluffing about its extent? But the methodical precision of Nicholas's other arrangements suggested this too would be thoroughly executed. No, Melody decided. I can't risk it. Not without knowing exactly what's in that file. Then what's your plan? Vanessa demanded. Because right now, you're free-falling with no parachute. The Nicholas Hamilton widow label will follow you forever unless you reshape it. And quickly. The question had no immediate answer. For years, Melody's planning had focused on securing Nicholas's fortune. Without that anchor, she found herself strategically adrift for the first time since childhood. I need time to think, she said finally, to regroup. There is no time, Vanessa countered, gesturing to her phone displaying another incoming gossip alert. The story's spreading. You're either controlling it or being controlled by it. After Vanessa left, Melody found herself drawn again to Nicholas's study. The space had become both sanctuary and torment, a physical manifestation of the man who had outplayed her so completely. She opened his journal to the most recent entries, searching for any insight into what he might have expected her to do in this situation. December 27th, final meeting with R and Judge H completed. All documents executed according to plan. The third outcome provision remains sealed, accessible only under the specific conditions outlined. I remain skeptical of its eventual activation, but find myself hoping, against all evidence, that my assessment of M's potential proves too conservative. The third outcome again, the unlikely scenario where she recognized the value distortion Nicholas had identified and began correction independently. What conditions would trigger this provision? And what would it provide if activated? Melody closed the journal, frustration mounting. Even now, Nicholas was forcing her to play his game, to decipher his rules, to operate within parameters he had established. The power imbalance extended beyond death, his billions ensuring compliance with his posthumous demands. Yet beneath the frustration, a new emotion surfaced: curiosity. What had Nicholas seen in her that made him include this third outcome at all? What potential had he recognized that she herself couldn't yet see. 3 weeks later, Melody's social decline accelerated beyond even her pessimistic expectations. The move from the Gramercy mansion to the Hamptons guest house was covered by multiple outlets. Photographs of her belongings being loaded into vehicles splashed across social media with cruel commentary. Hamilton's widow downsizes. From billionaire's mansion to guest house. Moving day for Melody. Trophy wife's timeline expires. Invitations to events dried up completely. Acquaintances stopped returning calls. Even those who had initially reached out for gossip now maintained strategic distance. Her downfall deemed contagious in status-conscious circles. Vanessa remained her sole regular contact, though even that relationship showed signs of strain. Melody's fall from grace threatened Vanessa's adjacent social positioning, a risk her friend was clearly calculating with increasing concern. Barton Crawford asked about you at the Whitney opening, Vanessa reported, during one of her increasingly rare visits to the Hamptons guest house. Wanted to know if the rumors were true. What rumors? Melody asked, though she could guess. That Nicholas had you investigated before the marriage. That he married you knowing you were after his money, as some kind of twisted revenge plot. Vanessa poured herself more wine. People are fascinated. It's like a real-life Succession episode. What did you tell him? That it was complicated. Vanessa studied her glass. Mel, I need to ask you something. Is there really an evidence file with recordings of us? The self-interest behind the question was transparent. Vanessa wasn't concerned about Melody's reputation, but about potential splash damage to her own. Yes, hours of our conversations, according to Richard. Every brunch at Balthazar. Every planning session in your apartment. Vanessa paled visibly. That would be problematic for me professionally. Some of my clients are connected to people in Nicholas's circle. Don't worry. As long as I don't contest the will or make public claims against Nicholas, the file stays sealed. And you're certain of that? That it won't just leak somehow? Richard gave his word. Melody laughed bitterly. Apparently his loyalty to Nicholas extends to managing his posthumous blackmail. Vanessa fidgeted with her glass. Look, Mel, I think maybe we should cool things for a while. Just until this blows over. People are starting to ask questions when they see us together, making connections. The abandonment, while expected, still stung. Of course. Wouldn't want my failure to contaminate you. It's not like that. But Vanessa's averted gaze suggested otherwise. It's just professional self-preservation. You understand that better than anyone. After Vanessa left, Melody walked along the private beach adjoining the guest house property. The March air was still cold, the Atlantic churning grey beneath an overcast sky. In 2 months, she would need to vacate this temporary haven. The clock was ticking on Nicholas's generosity. The financial reality of her situation was becoming clearer each day. The $1 million settlement, after taxes, amounted to roughly $600,000. Her personal effects, jewelry, clothing, accessories, might fetch another $200,000 if liquidated carefully. Not destitution, as Nicholas had pointed out, but hardly the lifetime of luxury she had planned. Without connections, without status, without the Hamilton name opening doors, her prospects for securing another wealthy husband had dimmed significantly. Manhattan's elite now viewed her as damaged goods, the gold digger who had been outplayed, the cautionary tale at charity galas. As darkness fell over the beach, Melody confronted the magnitude of Nicholas's victory. He had not only denied her his fortune, but had systematically dismantled her ability to pursue the very path she had built her life around. Every bridge burned, every door closed, every strategy neutralized. The correction he had engineered wasn't just financial but existential, a comprehensive demolition of her chosen identity. There's been an offer on the sapphire pendant, Richard informed Melody during one of their weekly transition meetings in mid-April. From a private collector familiar with the Hamilton jewelry collection, quite generous considering the market. Melody touched the pendant at her throat, Caroline's pendant, Nicholas's final gift. She had taken to wearing it daily, though she couldn't have explained why. I'm not selling it. Richard raised an eyebrow. It would fetch close to $300,000. Might be prudent, given your circumstances. My circumstances are not your concern. She straightened in her chair. The pendant was a personal gift from Nicholas. It's not for sale. As you wish. Richard made a note in his ever-present portfolio. Regarding the Hamptons property, the foundation will require possession by June 15th. Maintenance staff will transition to foundation employment at that time. I remember the deadline. Have you secured alternative accommodations? The question highlighted another reality Melody had been avoiding. Where would she go after the guest house? Her funds wouldn't sustain Manhattan rental prices for long. Returning to her mother's home in Riverside remained unthinkable. Yet other options seemed increasingly limited. I'm exploring options, she replied vaguely. Richard studied her with that measuring gaze she had come to resent. Nicholas anticipated this juncture, you know, your resistance to downward adjustment. Did he write a psychological profile on me too, along with his experimental hypothesis? Something like that. Richard closed his portfolio. He believed this moment, when the temporary arrangements end and permanent reality begins, would be particularly challenging for you. How thoughtful of him to anticipate my suffering so precisely. He didn't see it as suffering, Melody. He saw it as necessary recalibration. Richard's tone softened slightly. For what it's worth, I think he would be interested in how you're handling things. Handling being systematically destroyed by a dying billionaire's revenge fantasy? Not well, Richard. Not well at all. Richard considered her for a moment. Have you read much of Nicholas's personal library? His philosophical interests? The question seemed non sequitur. Some. Why? He was particularly drawn to Stoic philosophy after Caroline's death. Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus. The idea that external circumstances matter less than our response to them. Richard rose to leave. You might find it relevant to your current situation. After he left, Melody returned to Nicholas's study in the main house, one of the few rooms she still had access to as the Foundation prepared to take possession. The Stoic texts Richard had mentioned sat prominently on one shelf, heavily annotated in Nicholas's precise hand. She pulled down a volume of Epictetus, opening to a passage Nicholas had underlined. Make the best use of what is in your power, and take the rest as it happens. Some things are up to us, and some things are not up to us. In the margin, Nicholas had written, applicable to M's situation post-correction. Even here in his private philosophical reflections, she had been present in his thinking. A subject to be analyzed, a problem to be solved, a person to be corrected. The presumption infuriated her anew. Who was Nicholas Hamilton to decide her values needed correction? What moral authority did a billionaire who had built his fortune on overpriced pharmaceuticals have to judge her choices? Yet as she returned the book to the shelf, an uncomfortable question surfaced. Had Nicholas been right about her? Not morally right in his methods, but accurately perceptive about the emptiness driving her pursuit of wealth and status. The question had no satisfying answer, but it lingered as Melody left the main house for what might be the last time, the foundations of her self-concept shifting beneath her feet. May brought a tentative opportunity in the form of Edward Hargrove, a recently divorced hedge fund manager Melody met at a charity auction in Southampton. At 58, with silver-streaked hair and a meticulously maintained physique, he represented the type of target she would have pursued aggressively before Nicholas. Their first dinner at an exclusive oceanfront restaurant felt like stepping back in time. The carefully selected dress, the practiced interest in his financial insights, the strategic vulnerability she revealed about her difficult time since Nicholas's passing. I read about the Foundation situation, Edward said, signaling for another bottle of Bordeaux. Seems unnecessarily harsh if you don't mind my saying. Nicholas had very specific ideas about his legacy, Melody replied diplomatically, conscious of the evidence file that continued to constrain her public comments. Still, to leave his wife with so little after devoting yourself to his care. Edward's hand covered hers on the table. Some men don't properly value beautiful, intelligent companions. The familiar dance resumed, his thinly veiled interest, her calculated response, the mutual assessment of potential value exchange. For a moment, Melody glimpsed a potential path forward. Edward was wealthy, socially connected, and clearly interested. Perhaps Nicholas hadn't closed every door after all. Their evening progressed to his Bridgehampton estate for a nightcap, the suggestion of further intimacy hanging in the air between them. The younger Melody would have navigated this moment effortlessly, balancing promise with restraint, ensuring future investment without immediate commitment. Instead, sitting in Edward's tastefully appointed living room, Melody found herself unexpectedly hesitant. Something felt different, not morally, but emotionally. The calculated performance that had once been second nature now felt foreign, detached from some emerging core of herself. You seem distracted, Edward observed, moving closer on the sofa. Still processing your loss, I imagine. Something like that. She accepted the brandy he offered. It's been a transformative experience. I understand completely. Divorce has similar effects, forces re-evaluation. His arm extended along the back of the sofa, not quite touching her shoulders. Sometimes we need someone new to help us rediscover who we really are. The line was delivered with practiced precision. One wealthy divorcee's standard approach to beautiful, vulnerable women. A year ago, Melody would have responded with equally calculated interest. Now she found herself analytical rather than engaged, observing the transaction from outside rather than participating in it. And who do you think I really am, Edward? The question emerged with genuine curiosity. He seemed momentarily taken aback by the directness. Well, a beautiful woman who's experienced setback but maintains dignity. Someone undervalued by her late husband's arrangements. A person of obvious refinement who deserves appropriate appreciation. The assessment was entirely external, focused on what she represented rather than who she might be, just as her interest in him centered on his wealth rather than his personhood. The mutual objectification struck her with newfound clarity. I should go, she said suddenly, setting down her untouched brandy. It's early yet, Edward protested, confusion evident in his expression. I thought we were connecting beautifully. We were playing roles, Edward. You, the appreciative, wealthy man. Me, the grateful, beautiful woman. Melody rose, gathering her purse. But I'm finding I've lost my appetite for performance lately. As her car service drove her back to the guest house, Melody replayed the interaction with growing discomfort. It wasn't moral qualms stopping her from pursuing Edward. She hadn't suddenly developed ethical objections to strategic relationships. It was something else entirely. Boredom. The familiar dance that had once energized her now seemed tedious, predictable, empty. Nicholas's voice seemed to whisper from beyond. Subject may demonstrate capacity for growth when confronted with the hollow nature of possession without purpose. Was this what he had anticipated? This strange detachment from patterns that had defined her adult life? This uncomfortable awareness of calculation on both sides of the equation? Whatever was happening, it complicated her already precarious situation. Without the ability or desire to secure another wealthy protector, her options narrowed further. June 15th approached with no clear path forward. Mrs. Hamilton, this is Sandra Lang from First Republic Bank. There's been a scheduled transfer to your account that requires verification. The call came on the 1st of June, 2 weeks before her guest house tenure would end. Transfer? I'm not expecting any transfers. Melody's account had been dwindling steadily, with no significant deposit since Nicholas's initial settlement. Yes, it's quite substantial. $500,000 from the Hamilton Foundation. Our systems flagged it for verification due to the amount. There must be a mistake. The foundation isn't scheduled to pay me anything. The transfer was pre-arranged according to our records, scheduled by Nicholas Hamilton before his passing to execute precisely 6 months after his death. Melody's grip tightened on the phone. Did it come with any message or conditions? Just a memo line for continued education and development. After confirming the transfer's legitimacy, Melody sat on her terrace overlooking the Atlantic, mind racing with possibilities. Another game from Nicholas, another test or something she hadn't anticipated? She called Richard immediately. Why is the foundation transferring me money? Ah, he replied, sounding unsurprised. The June 1st distribution activated. What distribution? What does continued education and development mean? It means exactly that, Melody. His tone suggested patience with a slow student. Nicholas arranged a series of distributions for specific purposes, separate from your initial settlement. Why wasn't this mentioned in the will reading? Because it wasn't part of the will. It's a separate trust arrangement, contingent on specific conditions. The third outcome provision. It had to be. What conditions? Richard hesitated. I'm not at liberty to detail the full structure yet. Nicholas was explicit about timing and circumstance. What matters is that certain preliminary conditions have apparently been met, triggering this first distribution. What conditions did I meet? Melody pressed. What did I do that activated this? Perhaps the better question is, what didn't you do? Richard's voice held a note of approval. You didn't contest the will. You didn't make public statements against Nicholas. You didn't attempt to undermine the foundation. In short, You demonstrated a level of acceptance that Nicholas found significant. The revelation stunned her. Nicholas had been watching, planning, anticipating her responses even in death. This wasn't just the contingency plan Richard had hinted at. It was an active, ongoing assessment with real financial consequences. Is this it? Or are there more to distributions coming? She hated the hope in her voice, the suggestion that she might still be performing for Nicholas's posthumous approval. That depends entirely on you, Melody, on choices yet to be made. The echo of Nicholas's words was unmistakable. The trust is structured around developmental milestones, not calendar dates. Developmental milestones. What am I? A child. In some ways, that's exactly how Nicholas viewed you, as someone with potential for growth, but fixated at an acquisitive stage of development. Richard's bluntness was jarring. The trust is designed to support evolution beyond that stage, if and when it occurs. After the call ended, Melody stared at her banking app, the $500,000 transfer now verified and available. The amount would extend her financial runway significantly, allowing breathing room to determine next steps. But the strings attached, the developmental milestones Richard had mentioned, loomed as both opportunity and constraint. Nicholas was still controlling her, still assessing her worth, still determining what she deserved based on his own value system. The humiliation of it burned, even as the financial relief washed through her. What troubled her most was the realization that some part of her cared what Nicholas had thought, not just about her actions, but about her capacity for change. His belief that she might demonstrate outcome number 3 against the odds had become a strange posthumous validation she found herself craving, even as she resented his presumption. The foundation took possession of the guest house on schedule, with Melody relocating to a modest but comfortable apartment in Brooklyn Heights, a significant downgrade from Manhattan luxury, but sustainable with her expanded financial cushion. The move marked a symbolic transition. No longer Mrs. Nicholas Hamilton of Gramercy Park or even the Hampton Guest House, she was now simply Melody Carter of Brooklyn. The identity she had constructed so carefully had been systematically dismantled, leaving her in a state of disorientation, both practical and existential. Her mother visited a week after the move, bringing home-cooked food and concerned observations. "It's a nice neighborhood," she offered, helping Melody arrange her significantly reduced wardrobe in the bedroom closet, close to the promenade. "You can see Manhattan from there. See it, but not access it, apparently." Melody arranged shoes that had once occupied a closet larger than this entire bedroom. "Not the same as living there. You lived there for less than a year, honey." Her mother's perspective, as always, was grounded in longer time frames. "Before that, you were in that tiny walk-up in Queens with Vanessa. That was temporary. This feels like regression." Her mother sat on the edge of the bed. "Can I ask you something? What exactly are you mourning, Nicholas or the lifestyle?" The question pierced through practiced responses. "Both. Neither. I don't know anymore." Melody abandoned the shoes, sitting beside her mother. "I thought I knew exactly what I wanted, who I was. Now I'm not sure of anything. Maybe that's not a bad thing." Her mother took her hand. "You've been so focused on what you could get since you were a teenager. Maybe it's time to figure out what you can give." The echo of Nicholas's philosophy in her mother's words was startling. "Did you and Nicholas share notes? He left me a small fortune in philosophical judgments about my acquisitive nature." "No notes needed. It's what I've been trying to tell you for years." Her mother squeezed her hand. "The happiest people aren't the ones with the most. They're the ones who find purpose beyond themselves." After her mother left, Melody wandered to the Brooklyn promenade as suggested. Manhattan glittered across the water, a skyline she had once navigated with strategic precision. From this distance, it looked both beautiful and remote, a diorama of power and status she had once believed essential to her happiness. Nicholas's voice seemed to accompany her, drawn from his experimental notes. Subject exhibits precise strategic capability, focused exclusively on acquisition rather than creation. Targets status and wealth with methodical determination, but demonstrates no comparable commitment to generating value for others. The assessment was clinically accurate, but what would generating value for others even look like for her? What skills did she possess beyond strategic social climbing and calculated charm? As summer progressed, these questions lingered while Melody established a routine in her new neighborhood. The physical trappings of her former life, designer clothes, luxury accessories, felt increasingly incongruous with her Brooklyn surroundings. Gradually, she found herself selecting simpler options, prioritizing comfort over status signaling. Her social circle, decimated by her fall from grace, slowly rebuilt itself with new acquaintances, neighbors, local shopkeepers, fellow runners along the promenade. These connections lacked the calculated advantage of her Manhattan relationships, but offered something she hadn't expected: genuine interaction based on proximity and shared experience rather than potential utility. In late July, a letter arrived from the Hamilton Foundation, addressed to Ms. Melody Carter rather than Mrs. Hamilton, another subtle reminder of her changed status. Inside was a formal invitation to a foundation event celebrating the first successful human trial of a treatment protocol Nicholas had funded. The invitation surprised her. Since the will reading, the foundation had maintained professional distance, their interactions limited to property transitions and financial matters. Why include her now? She called Richard, suspicion immediate. Is this another test? Another milestone in Nicholas's posthumous evaluation? It's an invitation, Melody. Richard sounded weary of her conspiracy theories. The foundation leadership felt it appropriate to include Nicholas's widow in a celebration of his legacy. Nothing more complicated than that. I find that hard to believe, given everything else. Believe what you will. Attend or don't, it's entirely your choice. The event was scheduled at the newly renovated Gramercy Mansion, now serving as foundation headquarters. Returning there would mean confronting the physical embodiment of her lost future, facing the people who had witnessed her disinheritance, subjecting herself to potential humiliation. Yet curiosity pulled at her. What had Nicholas's billions actually accomplished? What was this research breakthrough that had warranted the foundation's full inheritance while she received a calculated settlement? Against her better judgment, Melody RSVP'd affirmatively. Whatever game might be in play, she wouldn't cower from it. The evening of the event, she dressed with uncharacteristic simplicity, a black sheath dress, minimal jewelry except for Caroline's sapphire pendant, her hair pulled back in a clean chignon. The reflection that greeted her seemed both familiar and strange, a transitional version of herself, neither fully formed nor completely discarded. Entering the Gramercy mansion produced an immediate disorientation. The space she had once claimed as her own had been transformed, formal rooms converted to offices, Nicholas's study now a conference area, their bedroom repurposed as a multimedia presentation space. Only the architecture remained recognizable, the interior redesigned for function rather than luxury. "Ms. Carter," Amanda Chen greeted her with professional warmth. "Thank you for coming. I know this must be complicated for you." "That's one word for it," Melody admitted. "The place looks different. Completely renovated to support the research team's needs, though we preserved Nicholas's library collection intact, as he requested." Melody accepted a glass of champagne from a passing server, scanning the crowd. Foundation staff, medical researchers, a few journalists documenting the announcement. No familiar faces from her former social circle. This was a professional gathering, not a society event. "Tonight's announcement is quite significant," Amanda continued. "The treatment protocol Nicholas funded has shown remarkable results in human trials. 3 patients with his specific form of neurological cancer have demonstrated tumor regression for the first time. The information landed differently than it might have months ago. People are recovering from what killed Nicholas. Not recovering exactly, but showing improvement where none was previously possible. Here it's a first step, but a crucial one." "He would have been pleased," Melody said, surprising herself with the genuineness of the observation. Amanda studied her with new interest. "Yes, he would have. That's precisely what Dr. Abrams said when the results came in." As the formal presentation began, Melody found herself in the back of what had once been the formal dining room, now arranged with rows of chairs facing a projection screen. Dr. Abrams and Professor Winters led the presentation, explaining in accessible terms how the treatment worked and what the preliminary results suggested. This breakthrough represents exactly what Nicholas Hamilton envisioned when establishing the Foundation's expanded mission, Dr. Abrams concluded. Not just incremental improvement, but transformative approaches to diseases previously considered untreatable. The funding structure he created ensures this research will continue regardless of market pressures or profit potential. The explanation crystallized something Melody had never fully considered. Nicholas's fortune, directed to the Foundation rather than to her consumption, was actually saving lives, creating tangible value in the world, generating outcomes beyond luxury purchases and status signaling. For the first time, she understood viscerally, rather than intellectually, why Nicholas might have considered her planned use of his billions a value distortion. The contrast between funding life-saving research and funding a socialite's lifestyle stood in stark relief, challenging her long-held assumptions about what wealth was for. After the presentation, Melody found herself approaching Dr. Abrams, driven by impulse rather than calculation. "Congratulations on the breakthrough," she said. "It's remarkable work." Dr. Abrams seemed momentarily surprised by her presence, then genuinely pleased. "Thank you, Melody. It's been the team's focus since Nicholas identified this research pathway last year. He knew this was possible before he died. He hoped." Dr. Abrams's expression softened with memory. Nicholas was always balancing scientific optimism with clinical reality. He funded protocols others considered long shots because he understood the potential impact if even one succeeded, like this one. Exactly. This particular approach had maybe a 10% chance of showing positive results, according to conventional wisdom. But Nicholas insisted we pursue it alongside more established methods. 10% chance. Like outcome number 3 in Nicholas's experiment with her, the possibility of genuine change he had considered unlikely, but worth planning for nonetheless. "I'm glad I came tonight," Melody said, surprising herself again with her sincerity. "It helps to see something positive coming from everything." Dr. Abrams studied her, that clinical assessment she had come to recognize from medical professionals and attorneys alike. "Nicholas would be interested in your perspective now. He often wondered how you would respond to seeing tangible outcomes from the Foundation's work, as opposed to seeing the money spent on myself, you mean? As opposed to seeing only abstract concepts rather than concrete results," he corrected gently. Nicholas believed most people struggle to connect distant outcomes with present choices. Seeing actual patients benefiting from research makes the value exchange more comprehensible. Value exchange. Another concept from Nicholas's philosophical framework, the idea that genuine worth came from balanced transactions where both parties created value rather than one extracting it from the other. As she left the event, Melody found herself lingering outside the mansion, gazing up at the familiar facade now housing a different purpose than she had envisioned. Her planned future, years of luxury funded by Nicholas's billions, seemed increasingly hollow compared to the tangible impact of his actual legacy. Was this another of Nicholas's calculated effects? Another manipulation designed to force her toward his preferred developmental milestone? Perhaps. But the realization felt genuine regardless of its engineered nature, a shift in perspective that altered how she viewed not just Nicholas's choices, but her own. A week after the Foundation event, Richard requested a meeting at his office. His usual professional detachment seemed tempered with something new, a cautious optimism Melody hadn't seen before. "There's been a development regarding the trust Nicholas established," he began once they were seated in his corner office. "A significant milestone has been reached, triggering the next phase." Melody had almost forgotten about the trust since the initial $500,000 transfer. "What milestone?" "Your attendance at the Foundation event, your interactions there, and most importantly, your unprompted conversation with Dr. Abrams about the research outcomes." Richard opened a folder containing what appeared to be a transcript. Nicholas established specific behavioral indicators suggesting genuine interest in contribution rather than acquisition. You demonstrated several of them. The realization that her supposedly private conversation had been monitored and evaluated rekindled her anger. "You were spying on me? At the event?" "Not spying, assessing." Richard seemed untroubled by her indignation. Nicholas structured the trust around observable indicators of developmental progression. "The Foundation Board is tasked with documenting relevant interactions. So I'm still a lab rat in his posthumous experiment." Melody stood, pacing to the window, still being evaluated against his arbitrary standards of moral worth. "If that's how you choose to view it, yes." Richard's calm was infuriating. "Alternatively, you could recognize that Nicholas saw potential in you that others, perhaps even you yourself, didn't acknowledge. Potential he considered worth investing in. By manipulating me, controlling me from beyond the grave. By creating incentives aligned with growth rather than stagnation." Richard closed the folder, Regardless of how you frame it, the next trust distribution has been authorized. $2 million with specific allocation parameters. The amount froze Melody mid-pace. $2 million. Yes, but unlike the previous distribution, these funds come with direction. $1 million for formal education in a field of your choosing. $1 million to establish a foundation or initiative demonstrating commitment to creating rather than acquiring value. The strings attached to the money were both opportunity and constraint, exactly as Nicholas would have designed them. And if I refuse these conditions, the funds remain in trust, unavailable, no penalty, simply no advancement to the next phase. The next phase. Melody returned to her chair. How many phases are there? How much money is involved in total? The trust is substantial, Richard replied carefully, but I'm not authorized to disclose the full structure or total value until certain milestones are reached. More secrets, more tests. Melody shook her head in frustration. Does it ever end? It ends when you complete the journey Nicholas envisioned, or when you choose to step off the path entirely. Richard leaned forward. Melody tried to see this from a different perspective. Nicholas could have simply disinherited you completely. Instead, he created a mechanism to support genuine transformation, if you're capable of it. Transformation into what? His idealized version of a worthy person? Into someone who creates value rather than extracts it, someone who contributes rather than accumulates. Richard's gaze was steady. Someone who might have earned his respect had circumstances been different. The last statement lingered between them. Respect, not love or affection. Nicholas had been clear about the transactional nature of their relationship from the beginning. But respect, recognition of worth beyond utility, that was something he had apparently believed possible, despite everything. I need time to think about this, Melody said finally. Of course, the trust provision remains available whenever you're ready to activate it. Or not. Richard walked her to the door. Nicholas believed choice was essential to genuine development. The path is there, but walking it must be your decision. The Brooklyn apartment felt especially small that evening, the walls closing in around Melody as she paced from room to room. $2 million waited for her acceptance, a significant fortune by most standards, though attached to conditions she would have once found laughably constraining. Formal education, a foundation or initiative of her own, these were Nicholas's values, not hers, his vision of worthwhile pursuits, not the luxury lifestyle she had planned. Yet the events of recent months had shifted something fundamental in her perspective. The foundation presentation had demonstrated tangible impact from Nicholas's fortune, lives potentially saved, suffering potentially reduced. Compared to the designer wardrobe and Manhattan penthouse she would have purchased with those same funds, the contrast was undeniable. More unsettling was her growing recognition that the calculated social climbing that had defined her adult life no longer held the same appeal. The performance felt increasingly hollow, the strategic charm exhausting rather than energizing. "Damn you, Nicholas," she muttered to the empty apartment. "Even dead, you're forcing me to question everything." She opened her laptop, researching graduate programs without clear direction. What would she even study? What interests did she have beyond strategic social advancement? What skills beyond calculated charm and strategic relationship building? Her phone buzzed with a text from her mother. "Thinking of you, let me know if you want to talk about anything. Love you." The simple message, free of judgment or agenda, contrasted sharply with the conditional nature of her other relationships. Her mother's love had never been strategic or transactional, a consistency Melody had often taken for granted, while pursuing connections she deemed more valuable. On impulse, she called rather than texted back. "Hey, Mom." "Melody, nice surprise. I was just thinking about you." "Yeah, I got your text." Melody settled onto her sofa. "Mom, can I ask you something? Something serious?" "Of course, honey." "Do you think I've wasted my life, chasing after wealthy men, focusing on status and money?" The question hung between them, more vulnerable than any she'd asked her mother in years. "I think you've been doing what made sense to you," her mother replied carefully. "After your father died, after seeing how hard it was for us financially, you found a path that promised security. But at what cost?" The question emerged without calculation. "Only you can answer that, Melody." Her mother's voice was gentle. "But I've never seen you truly happy. Even when things were going according to plan, there was always the next target, the next milestone, the next acquisition. Never a moment of enough. The observation hit with unexpected force, echoing Nicholas's assessment of her acquisition without purpose. Had she ever experienced genuine satisfaction, or merely the temporary high of securing a target before immediately seeking the next? "I don't know what to do now, Mom," she admitted, another rare vulnerability. "Nicholas left me more money, but with conditions. Education, starting some kind of foundation, his idea of what makes a worthwhile life. And what's your idea of a worthwhile life?" The question stopped her short. What did she value beyond security and status? What did she want beyond acquisition? "I don't know anymore," she confessed. "Everything I thought I wanted seems empty now, but I don't know what to replace it with." "Maybe that's exactly where you need to be," her mother suggested. "Empty spaces can be filled with new things, but first you have to clear out the old ones." After their conversation, Melody walked to the Brooklyn promenade, watching Manhattan's lights glimmer across the water. The city still represented wealth and status, but now seemed more complex, containing Nicholas's medical legacy alongside the luxury she had pursued, genuine contribution alongside strategic acquisition. For the first time, she found herself considering Nicholas's trust conditions not as constraints but as possibilities. Education could open doors beyond strategic marriage. A foundation could create impact beyond personal consumption. The realization wasn't comfortable or welcome. Acknowledging Nicholas's posthumous influence felt like confirming his right to judge her choices. Yet the path he had created offered something her previous trajectory had not: purpose beyond possession, creation beyond acquisition. As summer faded into fall, Melody faced a crossroads unlike any she had anticipated. The strategic woman who had targeted Nicholas Hamilton for his billions was being systematically dismantled by his elaborate plan, yes, but also by her own evolving recognition of its limitations. Nicholas had structured his experiment around the unlikely possibility of genuine change, creating incentives for transformation while recognizing its improbability. What he couldn't have factored into his calculations was how his own legacy, the research breakthroughs, the lives potentially saved, would serve as persuasive evidence for the very value system he hoped to instill. Standing at the promenade's edge, Manhattan glittering before her, Melody confronted the possibility that Nicholas Hamilton's most effective revenge wasn't disinheriting her from his fortune, but inviting her to question the very values that had driven her to pursue it in the first place. The path forward remained unclear, but the ground beneath her feet had shifted irrevocably. The woman who had married Nicholas Hamilton for his billions was fading, giving way to someone new, someone still taking shape, still discovering the contours of a different definition of worth. Whether this emerging self represented victory for Nicholas's posthumous experiment or genuine liberation from the limited identity she had constructed remained uncertain. Perhaps, Melody realized as she turned from the glittering skyline toward her modest Brooklyn home, it was both. October arrived with unexpected momentum. 3 separate graduate programs had responded to Melody's exploratory inquiries, each offering pathways that would have seemed incomprehensible a year earlier. Columbia's MBA with a social enterprise focus, NYU's Masters in Non-Profit Management, the New School's program in Media Studies and Communications. Melody spread the brochures across her kitchen table, each representing a different version of the future Nicholas had architected for her. The trust conditions required formal education, but the specific direction remained her choice, a calculated freedom within constraints. Her phone buzzed with a text from Vanessa, the first in nearly 2 months. "Heard through Whitney Gala Circuit you're applying to grad school. Strategic pivot or genuine crisis? Coffee catch-up overdue." The message epitomized everything she had once valued in their friendship: insider information, strategic assessment, social positioning disguised as personal connection. Now it read like a foreign language, recognizable but no longer fluent. Before she could formulate a response, her intercom buzzed. "Ms. Carter, there's a delivery for you." Downstairs, a courier handed her a thick manila envelope embossed with the Hamilton Foundation logo. Inside was a formal letter on heavy stationery. "Dear Ms. Carter, the Hamilton Foundation Board of Directors requests your attendance at a special announcement regarding a significant breakthrough in neurological cancer treatment protocol, NS413, scheduled for October 15th at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center." As Mr. Hamilton's widow and a witness to his vision for this research, your presence would be meaningful to the research team and the patients benefiting from his legacy. Please RSVP at your earliest convenience. Sincerely, Amanda Chen, Executive Director. Beneath the letter lay a USB drive labeled simply "For Melody" before the announcement. No explanation, no context, just another breadcrumb in Nicholas's elaborate posthumous trail. Melody plugged the drive into her laptop with trepidation. It contained a single video file dated 3 weeks before Nicholas's death. She clicked play and his face filled the screen. Gaunt but composed, those penetrating blue eyes still sharp despite his deteriorating condition. "Melody," he began, his voice stronger than in his final days. "If you're watching this, 2 things have happened. First, the NS-4113 protocol has achieved significant success in human trials, and second, you've demonstrated enough genuine interest in the Foundation's work to warrant receiving this message." He shifted slightly, adjusting his position in what appeared to be his study chair. "I've recorded several messages for different potential outcomes of both the research and what I've come to think of as your developmental journey. This particular recording addresses a specific convergence, medical breakthrough and personal evolution occurring in parallel." Nicholas paused, seeming to gather his thoughts. "The treatment protocol being announced is particularly significant because it targets the exact condition that took Caroline, and soon will take me. We're beyond helping, but others may be spared our fate. This matters in ways I suspect you're beginning to understand." His directness remained undiminished by illness or impending death. "Your presence at the announcement isn't coincidental or sentimental. It represents a choice on your part, to witness value creation rather than remain focused on value extraction. This distinction has been central to the structure I've created for you." Melody paused the video, unsettled by his continued assessment of her choices, even from beyond the grave. Every step she took, every decision she made, seemed to play into Nicholas's elaborate scoring system. Was any choice truly hers if it had been anticipated and incentivized by his posthumous plan? She resumed playback. "You're likely questioning whether your emerging interest in the Foundation's work represents genuine change or simply adaptation to the incentives I've created." Nicholas continued, as if reading her thoughts across time. "That distinction matters less than you might think. Behavior shapes values more often than the reverse. The actions you take, whatever your initial motivation, will gradually reshape your understanding of worth." He leaned forward slightly, those blue eyes seeming to find hers through the screen. "The Trust's next phase activates after the announcement, assuming your continued participation. Richard has the details. What matters is that you understand this isn't simply about money changing hands, but about legacy in its truest sense. The impact we leave behind when we're gone." The video ended abruptly, leaving Melody staring at a black screen. Even now, 9 months after his death, Nicholas continued directing her life with meticulous precision, anticipating her questions, addressing her doubts, guiding her choices with invisible strings. Yet something had shifted in her response to his posthumous manipulation. Where once she had felt only resentment and rebellion, she now experienced a complex mixture of emotions. Frustration at his presumption, yes, but also curiosity about the path he had created. What transformation did Nicholas envision for her, and why had he invested so much of his precious remaining time in designing it? The questions lingered as she composed a formal acceptance to the Foundation invitation. Whatever game Nicholas was playing, she remained determined to understand its true purpose and ultimate destination. The Memorial Sloan Kettering Auditorium hummed with anticipation. Medical professionals, research scientists, Foundation representatives, and journalists filled the seats, creating an atmosphere of contained excitement rarely found at medical announcements. Melody chose a seat toward the back, conscious of her ambiguous status. No longer the Hamilton widow at the center of attention, but not quite an anonymous observer either. She wore simple professional attire, a navy suit and minimal jewelry, including Caroline's sapphire pendant, which had become something of a talisman. As she settled in, a familiar voice called her name. Turning, she found herself face to face with Bradley Winterson, her former fiancé, whose family connections had proven insufficient for marriage, but adequate for an extended relationship. Melody Carter, quite the reversal of fortune. His smile held the particular satisfaction of the previously rejected witnessing subsequent failure. I heard rumors you were back in circulation after the Hamilton disaster, but wouldn't have expected to find you here. Bradley. She nodded coolly. Still riding your father's coattails, I see. Family office representation. He gestured to his badge. Evaluating investment opportunities in breakthrough medical technologies. You know, actual business, not social climbing. The barb was delivered with practiced casualness, but the intent to wound was clear. Once, such an encounter would have prompted elaborate internal calculations, how to maintain appearances, how to counter-position, how to extract strategic advantage from an uncomfortable interaction. Instead, Melody found herself simply disinterested. Bradley Winterson and his judgment belonged to a version of her life that felt increasingly distant, like a film she had watched, rather than a reality she had lived. "Enjoy the presentation," she said, turning away without further engagement. His surprised expression at her lack of counterattack registered peripherally as she focused on the stage where Amanda Chen was beginning introductions. "Today marks a milestone in the Hamilton Foundation's mission," Amanda began. "When Nicholas Hamilton established our expanded research focus, he envisioned precisely this moment, translating theoretical possibilities into treatments that save lives." Dr. Abrams joined her at the podium. "The NS413 protocol represents a fundamental shift in how we approach neurological cancer treatment. Rather than traditional methods that attack cancer cells directly, this approach reprograms the body's immune response to recognize and target specific neural tumor markers." The technical explanation continued, illustrated with slides showing dramatic before and after brain scans. Melody found herself genuinely attentive, not from strategic calculation, but from growing understanding of the research's significance. "We have with us today 3 patients from our initial trial," Dr. Abrams continued. "Individuals who 6 months ago received prognoses similar to what Nicholas Hamilton faced. Terminal neurological cancer with limited treatment options. 3 people joined them on stage, a middle-aged woman, an elderly man, and a college-age student. Each shared their story briefly: diagnosis, hopelessness, experimental treatment, and now, improbably, tumor regression and renewed hope. "I was told I had 4 months, the young student said, voice steady despite the emotion evident in her eyes. "My neurosurgeon said it was inoperable, untreatable. Now the tumors are shrinking and I'm back in classes. Mr. Hamilton never met me, but his foundation quite literally saved my life." The simplicity of the statement struck Melody with unexpected force. Nicholas's billions, directed toward research rather than luxury consumption, had translated into this concrete outcome. A young woman with decades of life ahead rather than months. Not abstract social good, but specific human impact. What equivalent value would those same resources have created in her hands? Designer wardrobes, Manhattan real estate, status signaling through conspicuous consumption. The contrast was stark and uncomfortable. As the presentation concluded with announcements of expanded trials and potential FDA fast-tracking, Melody remained in her seat, processing the implications. Nicholas's correction wasn't just moral righteousness or posthumous control, it represented a fundamentally different understanding of what wealth was for. "Miss Carter," Dr. Abrams approached as the crowd dispersed. "Thank you for coming. I wasn't certain you would. The results are remarkable," she said, genuinely impressed. "These patients are actually recovering? Not cured, but showing significant improvement where traditional approaches offered no hope." His expression was cautiously optimistic. "The pathway Nicholas insisted we pursue, despite conventional skepticism, is proving correct." He saw possibilities others missed. "In many areas, yes." Dr. Abrams studied her with clinical assessment. Nicholas believed strongly in potential, in research, in institutions, in people, sometimes against substantial evidence to the contrary. The observation hung between them, its application to her obvious, though tactfully unstated. "The Foundation has invited key participants to a small reception," he continued. "As Nicholas's widow, your presence would be meaningful to the patients. They know his story, and by extension, yours." The invitation presented both opportunity and risk. These patients knew who she was, not just Mrs. Nicholas Hamilton, but the disinherited widow whose story had circulated through medical and social circles alike. Their perception of her would inevitably be colored by the public narrative of a gold digger denied her prize. "I'm not sure that's appropriate," she hedged. My relationship with the Foundation is complicated. Precisely why your attendance would matter. Dr. Abrams's gaze was direct. Nicholas structured much of this research program in his final months, the same period when he restructured his will. These patients benefit directly from his choices about resource allocation. Your acknowledgement of that outcome would be meaningful. The unspoken subtext was clear, an opportunity to demonstrate that she recognized the value of Nicholas's decision to fund research rather than her lifestyle. Another test, another evaluation point in his ongoing posthumous assessment. Yet beyond the manipulative structure, Melody found herself genuinely curious about these patients whose lives had been extended by Nicholas's legacy. What had their experience been like? How did they view the wealthy benefactor they had never met? I'll attend, she decided. The Foundation reception occupied a private room at an upscale restaurant near the hospital. Perhaps 40 people mingled: medical researchers, Foundation staff, key donors, and the 3 patients who had shared their stories at the announcement. Melody entered cautiously, conscious of curious glances and whispered observations. Her presence was notable, the disinherited widow choosing to celebrate the very foundation that had received her fortune. Amanda Chen approached immediately, professional warmth masking what must be surprise at her attendance. Ms. Carter, thank you for joining us. Your presence means a great deal to the research team. The results are impressive, Melody acknowledged. Nicholas would be pleased. He anticipated this moment, Amanda confirmed. Much of the protocol's funding structure was finalized in his last weeks. He was quite focused on ensuring the research continued according to specific parameters. The same period when he had finalized his will and trust structure, Melody noted. Nicholas allocating resources according to his precise vision of value, both for his fortune and for her future. Ms. Carter, the young female patient from the presentation approached hesitantly. I'm Emma Lawson. I wanted to thank you for coming today. Please call me Melody. She studied the young woman, perhaps 22, with short hair growing back after treatment and remarkably clear eyes despite her medical ordeal. Your story was powerful. I'm glad the treatment is working. It's giving me time I didn't think I'd have. Emma smiled, a genuine expression without calculation. I was a neuropsychology student when I was diagnosed. The irony wasn't lost on me, studying the brain while my own was being attacked. And now? Now I'm back in classes. Different focus, though, shifting to research ethics and patient advocacy. Emma's expression grew thoughtful. Having your life temporarily revoked changes your priorities, makes you consider what actually matters. The observation resonated uncomfortably with Melody's own experience, not facing death, but facing the dismantling of an identity and future she had carefully constructed. I've heard that can happen, she acknowledged carefully. I read about you, you know. Emma's directness was startling. About Mr. Hamilton's will and the Foundation receiving most of his estate, it must have been difficult. The conversational opening was precisely what Melody had feared, confronting the public narrative of her disinheritance in this celebratory context. Her practiced response formed automatically: diplomatic acknowledgement of Nicholas's vision, careful avoidance of personal feelings, strategic positioning as the supportive widow despite private disappointment, but face-to-face with a young woman receiving literal life extension from Nicholas's allocation choices, the prepared script felt hollow. It was educational, Melody said instead. Nicholas had very specific ideas about the impact his fortune should have after he was gone. Emma nodded thoughtfully. My oncologist mentioned that Mr. Hamilton restructured his foundation during his own treatment, that he was determined to create something meaningful from his experience, rather than just submit to it. That sounds like Nicholas. The observation was genuinely accurate, Melody realized. Nicholas had indeed refused to simply accept his prognosis, channeling his remaining energy into legacy rather than comfort. Does it help? Seeing the research success, Emma asked, her perception surprisingly acute. Knowing his choices are literally saving lives. The question penetrated Melody's practiced composure. Did it help? Did seeing tangible outcomes from Nicholas's fortune ease the sting of her disinheritance? The honest answer surprised her. Yes, she admitted. It does. Not in ways I would have expected, but yes. Their conversation was interrupted by Dr. Abrams calling for attention. A small presentation followed, recognizing key researchers and highlighting next steps for the treatment protocol. Melody found herself genuinely engaged, the medical details increasingly comprehensible as her exposure to the Foundation's work deepened. As the reception concluded, Bradley Winterson intercepted her near the exit, scotch in hand and calculation in his expression. Quite the performance, Melody, the supportive widow celebrating her disinheritance. His tone was just low enough to avoid being overheard. Though I suppose $1 million is better than nothing, which is what most would have left you. The comment was designed to wound, to remind her of her reduced circumstances, to position him as still secured within wealth while she had been cast out. Once, such positioning would have triggered elaborate counter-strategies and social maneuvering. Instead, Melody found herself studying Bradley as if examining an artifact from another time. His designer suit, carefully cultivated stubble, practiced smile hiding intellectual limitations, all elements she had once found strategically valuable in her climb through Manhattan society. "You know, Bradley," she said finally, "I used to think status by association was the ultimate achievement. Being seen with the right people, accessing the right resources, securing the right connections." She gestured subtly toward Emma Lawson across the room. "Now I'm less certain." "Please," he scoffed, "spare me the Enlightenment narrative. You targeted old, dying Hamilton for his billions and got outplayed. The humble wisdom act might work on these medical types, but we both know who you really are." The assessment would have devastated her 6 months earlier. Now it merely clarified the distance she had traveled from her former self. "You're right about one thing," she acknowledged. "I did get outplayed thoroughly, but Nicholas's game was more complex than I initially understood." She left Bradley staring after her, confusion replacing his smug certainty. The encounter crystallized something Melody had been gradually recognizing. Her former world of strategic social positioning and calculated advancement felt increasingly foreign, its concerns trivial compared to the literal life and death stakes of the Foundation's work. Whether this shift represented genuine evolution or merely adaptation to her changed circumstances remained uncertain, but the distance between who she had been and who she was becoming seemed to widen with each passing day. The following morning, Melody received another communication from the Hamilton Foundation, this time a substantial package delivered by private courier. Inside was a formal letter from Richard, along with extensive documentation. "Melody, your attendance at yesterday's announcement and subsequent engagement with the research team, particularly patient Emma Lawson, constitutes achievement of the next developmental milestone in Nicholas's trust structure. As trustee, I am authorized to release the following. 1. Formal activation of the educational trust component, 1 MEM, pending your enrollment in an approved graduate program. 2. Initial funding for your proposed foundation or initiative, 1 MEM, upon submission of a formal proposal meeting specified parameters. Access to the enclosed materials which Nicholas designated for this specific juncture in your progression. Please review the materials and contact me to discuss next steps when you're ready to proceed." Richard beneath the letter lay a leather-bound journal Melody instantly recognized. Not Nicholas's business journal she had discovered in his study, but a different volume. Opening it revealed intimate personal writings rather than strategic business notations. The entry date spanned the period immediately after Caroline's death, through Nicholas's own diagnosis 5 years later. The first page bore a handwritten note. "Melody, if you're reading this, you've demonstrated genuine interest in purpose beyond possession. These journal entries document my own journey from acquisition to contribution, a transformation catalyzed by loss and solidified by purpose. Read them not as judgment but as parallel experience. We are more similar than you might wish to acknowledge. Nicholas." The presumption was breathtaking, that she would want or need access to Nicholas's private thoughts, that their experiences were somehow comparable, that his personal evolution should serve as template for her own. Yet curiosity overcame indignation as she turned to the first entry, dated shortly after Caroline's death, 3 weeks since Caroline's funeral. The house echoes with absence. Billions in assets, global reach, unlimited access, all meaningless without her. What was the point of the acquisition, the expansion, the constant drive for more? To what end? For whose benefit? Investors expect quarterly growth. Markets demand continuous expansion. But to what purpose beyond numbers on balance sheets? Caroline always asked this question. Now she's gone and I have no answer. The raw grief in Nicholas's writing was startling, Subsequent entries documented his struggle to find meaning after Caroline's loss. 6 months without Caroline. Foundation board pushing for business as usual. But what was our business really? Creating shareholder value? Accumulating personal wealth? Caroline saw our resources differently, as tools for impact rather than symbols of success. Meeting with Dr. Abrams today about expanding neurological research funding, not just for forms of cancer like Caroline's, but the broader ecosystem of brain science, creating value that extends beyond financial metrics. This feels like the path forward. Her path, not mine. Yet perhaps it can become mine now. Entry after entry documented Nicholas's gradual transformation from ruthless pharmaceutical executive to purpose-driven philanthropist. The catalyst had been Caroline's death, but the evolution continued through his own diagnosis and treatment. Diagnosis confirmed today. Same aggressive neurological cancer that took Caroline. Prognosis measured in months, not years. Strange clarity in this moment, not about mortality, which has always been certain, but about purpose. What remains when time is finite? Not acquisition, not accumulation, only impact. The foundation must expand beyond current parameters. My remaining time has singular value now, creating lasting structures that continue impact beyond my limited timeline. Melody read for hours, absorbing Nicholas's private thoughts about wealth, purpose, legacy, and ultimately, about her. Entries from the period after they met revealed his perspective on their relationship with uncomfortable clarity. M made her approach today precisely as anticipated. Calculating, strategic, focused entirely on acquisition. Mirror image of my younger self before Caroline, viewing relationships as transactions, people as instruments, wealth as identity. R questions my plan, sees only manipulation and control. Cannot understand that offering M. The same opportunity for transformation that Caroline offered me is not punishment but possibility. Some lessons cannot be taught, only experienced. The question is whether M has capacity for growth beyond acquisition. Evidence suggests no. Yet Caroline would argue for the possibility of transformation against all evidence. Perhaps her optimism deserves one final experiment. The intimate access to Nicholas's thinking was both invasive and illuminating. He had indeed seen her, not just her strategic pursuit of his wealth, but something beneath it that he recognized from his own experience. Not mere judgment, but identification. Even a strange form of empathy for the person he had once been himself. Most unsettling was the realization that Nicholas hadn't simply been seeking revenge or moral superiority. He had been attempting, however manipulatively, to create the conditions for a transformation similar to his own, from acquisition to contribution, from taking to creating value. Whether this justified his elaborate posthumous manipulation remained questionable, but the framework shifted from simple punishment to something more complex, a challenging, presumptuous attempt to engineer growth through structured consequence. As Melody closed the journal, her phone rang with Richard's number. "I assume you've received the package," he said without preamble. "Yes," along with Nicholas's presumptuous comparison of our life experiences. Richard sighed audibly. He anticipated that response. His journal was meant to provide context, not equivalence. Context for what? His elaborate posthumous experiment on my moral development? Context for the next phase of the trust, Richard corrected. The educational component and initiative funding represent significant resources. Nicholas wanted you to understand their purpose before proceeding, and that purpose is creating value rather than extracting it, contributing rather than accumulating. Richard's patience seemed practiced from multiple similar conversations. The same transformation he experienced after Caroline's death. Forced transformation through financial manipulation is hardly genuine change. Perhaps not initially, Richard acknowledged, but behavior shapes values over time. Nicholas believed the experience of creating impact would eventually shift your understanding of worth, regardless of your initial motivation. The observation echoed Nicholas's video message. Behavior shapes values more often than the reverse. The actions you take, whatever your initial motivation, will gradually reshape your understanding of worth. So I'm supposed to play along with his grand design for my moral development? Dutifully check the boxes he created to access the money? You're free to walk away at any point, Melody, The trust continues only with your active participation. Richard's tone remained neutral. Nicholas designed gates, not cages. The choice to proceed remains yours at every juncture. After the call ended, Melody spread the trust documents across her kitchen table. The educational component seemed straightforward. Enrollment in an approved graduate program focusing on fields related to social impact, non-profit management, or strategic philanthropy. The initiative funding proved more complex, requiring a formal proposal for a foundation or organization, demonstrating commitment to creating measurable value for others. The structure would receive initial funding of $1 million, with additional funding contingent on demonstrated impact and adherence to specific ethical guidelines. The conditions were simultaneously opportunity and constraint, access to significant resources tied to Nicholas's vision of worthwhile pursuits. Playing his game meant accepting his rules, his metrics, his definition of value. Yet, beyond the manipulative structure, lay genuine possibility. Education could provide skills beyond social climbing. A properly designed initiative could create actual impact. The question was whether following Nicholas's posthumous blueprint represented surrender to his control or strategic adaptation to changed circumstances. As autumn deepened, Melody's decision crystallized. She would proceed with the educational component while developing a concept for the required initiative. Not because Nicholas's posthumous manipulation had corrected her values, but because the path he had designed offered resources and direction her previous trajectory now lacked. Adaptation rather than conversion, strategic pivot rather than moral transformation. Or so she told herself, as she completed applications to graduate programs and began researching potential initiative concepts. Winter brought acceptance to Columbia's MBA program with a social enterprise focus, triggering release of the educational trust funds as promised. Melody found herself unexpectedly engaged by the curriculum. The strategic thinking she had once applied to social climbing now redirected toward organizational development and sustainable impact models. Simultaneously, her initiative concept began taking shape, a communications and media training program for medical researchers developing treatments for rare and terminal diseases. The idea had emerged from her observations at the foundation announcement, brilliant scientists struggling to communicate complex concepts to patients, donors, and the public. Messaging mortality, she named it, drawing on her PR background and growing understanding of medical research dynamics. The concept combined her existing skills with newly developing knowledge, creating a potential bridge between her past and emerging future. Richard reviewed her initial proposal with measured approval. The concept demonstrates understanding of value creation within your specific skill set. Nicholas would find that promising. "I'm not doing this for Nicholas's posthumous approval," she insisted, the claim feeling hollow even as she voiced it. "Of course not." Richard's knowing expression suggested otherwise. Nevertheless, the Trust Committee has approved initial funding pending formal business plan submission. As Melody developed the concept further, she found herself consulting with foundation researchers about their communication challenges. Dr. Abrams introduced her to scientific teams struggling to explain breakthrough concepts to non-specialist audiences. Even Emma Lawson, the young patient from the announcement, provided input from the patient perspective. The work proved surprisingly engaging, applying her strategic communication skills toward meaningful outcomes rather than social positioning. Whether this engagement represented genuine purpose or simply adaptation to available resources remained ambiguous, even to Melody herself. Her former social world continued its inevitable distancing. Vanessa's messages grew increasingly infrequent, eventually ceasing altogether, as Melody's new direction diverged further from their shared past. Occasional encounters with Manhattan acquaintances resulted in awkward exchanges, performative interest, masking uncertainty about how to categorize her current status. "Heard you're at Columbia now," observed Diana, a former social connection, during a chance meeting at a cafe, "and starting some kind of non-profit. Very meaningful." The hesitation revealed everything. Meaningful serving as diplomatic substitute for financially insignificant or socially irrelevant in their shared lexicon. Once, such assessment would have devastated Melody. Now, It merely illustrated the growing distance between her former and current trajectories. "It's certainly different," Melody acknowledged, neither defending nor apologizing for her changed circumstances. "Well, good for you, finding purpose after everything." Diana's tone combined condescension with genuine uncertainty. "We miss you at events. It's not the same without your energy." The interaction confirmed what Melody had already recognized. Her former social world had recategorized her, no longer the strategic climber with valuable connections, not quite the cautionary tale of spectacular failure, but something indefinable in between. Her value in their ecosystem had fundamentally shifted, rendering previous relationships unsustainable. Yet as winter turned to spring, new connections emerged to replace the old. Classmates at Columbia with similar interests in social enterprise, foundation researchers engaged by her initiative concept, even Emma Lawson, whose patient perspective began shifting toward collaboration as her health stabilized. "Your program addresses exactly what frustrated me during treatment," Emma observed during a working session on the initiative proposal. "Brilliant doctors who couldn't explain what was happening in terms I could process. It wasn't just technical terminology, it was fundamental communication approach. That's what I'm targeting," Melody confirmed, "not just simplifying complex concepts, but fundamentally restructuring communication pathways between specialists and non-specialists. It's creating genuine value," Emma noted, "using your PR and strategic communication background for impact rather than just persuasion." The observation landed with uncomfortable precision. Indeed, Melody's proposal essentially repurposed skills developed for social climbing and strategic positioning toward potentially meaningful outcomes. The same capabilities, redirected toward different ends. Nicholas's voice seemed to whisper from his journal pages, "Behavior shapes values more often than the reverse. The actions you take, whatever your initial motivation, will gradually reshape your understanding of worth." Was that happening to her? Was the experience of developing the initiative actually reshaping her understanding of value and worth? Or was she simply adapting strategically to change circumstances, playing Nicholas's game to access his resources? The answer remained unclear even to Melody herself, but the engagement she felt with the work, the genuine interest in developing effective approaches, the satisfaction when communication barriers dissolved, seemed to exist independent of Nicholas's manipulation or financial incentives. "The Trust Committee has approved full initial funding for messaging mortality," Richard announced during their quarterly review meeting in late spring. $1 million released for program development and implementation, with potential additional funding based on demonstrated outcomes. The milestone should have felt triumphant. Another gate successfully navigated in Nicholas's elaborate trust structure. Instead, Melody found herself focused on the practical implications for program development rather than the financial achievement. "The medical communication workshop model needs refinement before scaling," she noted, reviewing her implementation timeline. "Initial partnerships with 3 research institutions will provide diverse testing environments." Richard studied her with that measuring gaze she had come to recognize. "You seem genuinely engaged with the initiative concept, beyond simply fulfilling trust requirements." "The communication gap between researchers and patients is real," Melody acknowledged. "Addressing it creates tangible value, regardless of Nicholas's posthumous approval metrics." Indeed, Richard set aside his formal trustee portfolio. "Nicholas would find your development intriguing, not precisely what he anticipated, but progress nonetheless." "I'm not developing for Nicholas's posthumous entertainment," Melody replied sharply. "Whatever game he designed, I'm playing it my way." "That's precisely what would interest him." Richard's expression suggested private amusement. "Adaptation within parameters rather than simple compliance or rejection. Creating your own path while working within the structure he established." The observation uncomfortably echoed Melody's own thinking. She had indeed found a middle path, neither fully embracing Nicholas's moral framework nor completely rejecting his trust structure. Strategic adaptation rather than conversion or rebellion. "The next milestone approaches," Richard continued, returning to business. 1-year anniversary of Nicholas's passing, June 1st. The date had occupied increasingly prominent space in Melody's awareness as it approached. 1 full year since Nicholas Hamilton had departed, leaving behind his elaborate posthumous experiment. 1 year of dismantled identity, reconfigured trajectory, and gradual adaptation to a fundamentally altered landscape. "Is there another trust distribution scheduled?" Melody asked, hating the hope that still tinged the question despite her supposed independence from Nicholas's financial control. "There are specific provisions for the anniversary," Richard confirmed without elaboration. "Nicholas designated particular materials for your review at that juncture, assuming continued progression. More posthumous messages, more breadcrumbs along Nicholas's carefully designed path." The pattern had become familiar, if no less manipulative. Nicholas parceling out information and resources according to his assessment of her developmental readiness. "Let me guess," Melody said dryly. "Another journal with his penetrating insights about my moral development?" "Something more significant," Richard replied, "but as always, engaging with it remains your choice." As spring bloomed across New York, Melody found herself simultaneously preparing for program implementation and anticipating the approaching anniversary. The date loomed with curious weight, not just marking Nicholas's passing, but representing a full cycle of her altered existence. Who was she becoming in this strange posthumous landscape Nicholas had architected? The question surfaced with increasing frequency as she moved between graduate seminars, initiative development meetings, and the solitude of her Brooklyn apartment. No longer the strategic social climber targeting wealth and status, not quite the purpose-driven social entrepreneur Nicholas had envisioned. Something in between, adaptive, evolving, utilizing familiar skills toward unfamiliar ends. June 1st dawned bright and clear, the anniversary of Nicholas's death marked by perfect early summer weather. Melody had declined the Foundation's invitation to a memorial service, preferring private reflection to public performance of widowhood. Instead, she walked the Brooklyn Promenade, Manhattan glittering across the water as it had countless times during her year of transition. The skyline remained unchanged, but her relationship to it had transformed fundamentally, no longer representing the ultimate prize, but rather one option among many possible futures. Richard's package arrived by courier that afternoon, a simple envelope containing a key and a handwritten note. "Melody, the enclosed key accesses safety deposit box Dubra 214 at First Republic's main branch. Nicholas designated its contents for your review on this specific date, conditional upon your continued engagement with the trust structure. As always, proceeding remains your choice." Richard. The echo of Nicholas's previous safety deposit box message was impossible to miss. Another key, another private message, another step in his elaborate posthumous dance. The pattern would have once triggered immediate resentment. Now it produced weary familiarity, tinged with genuine curiosity. What final communication had Nicholas prepared for this anniversary? What assessment of her progress? What new conditions? What further manipulation of her choices through strategic resource allocation? At First Republic, the manager recognized her immediately. "Mrs. Hamilton, we've been expecting you today." The title still jarred slightly, less from emotional association than from its increasing inaccuracy. She was returning to Melody Carter in practice, if not in legal designation, the Hamilton identity fading with time and distance. The safety deposit box contained a single envelope and a small recording device. Opening the envelope revealed Nicholas's precise handwriting. "Melody, if you're reading this, a year has passed since my departure, and you've continued engaging with the path I created. Whatever your motivation, genuine interest, strategic adaptation, or simple necessity, the outcome matters more than the intent. The trust structure you've navigated represents only half of my design. The full architecture includes provisions activated only at this juncture, contingent upon your demonstrated engagement with creating value rather than merely extracting it. The recording contains instructions for accessing the complete trust documentation, including provisions you have not yet been informed of. Listen when you're prepared to understand not just the structure, but its purpose. Whatever your judgment of my methods, know that they were designed not from vindictiveness but from recognition of potential I saw in you that perhaps you did not see in yourself. Nicholas." The signature, his actual signature rather than printed name, carried strange weight. A year after his death, Nicholas Hamilton continued reaching through time to direct her path, assess her choices, and incrementally reveal his complete design. Melody activated the recording device, Nicholas's voice filling the private consultation room, stronger than in his final weeks, suggesting the message had been recorded months before his death. Melody, 1 year has passed. If you're listening to this, you've engaged substantially with the initial trust structure, pursuing education focused on social impact and developing an initiative creating value beyond yourself. These choices, whatever their motivation, indicate capacity for growth beyond the purely acquisitive stage. His clinical assessment remained unchanged even in death. Melody's resentment flared briefly, but settled into familiar resignation. This was simply Nicholas being Nicholas, even from beyond. The complete trust documentation is accessible in the adjacent safety deposit box number 215. The key has been with you since Christmas Day before my passing. The brass key I gave you as a gift, which you initially believed opened this box. That key, combined with your thumbprint, will grant access. Melody touched the sapphire pendant at her throat, remembering the brass key she had carried for months, eventually relegating to her jewelry box as its purpose remained mysterious. Nicholas had planned even this detail, giving her the key to ultimate understanding months before its relevance would become clear. What you'll find, Nicholas's recording continued, is the complete architecture of what I've come to think of as the Hamilton correction. Not merely the conditional trust distributions you've navigated thus far, but the full structure extending decades into the future, contingent upon continued demonstration of value creation rather than mere acquisition. His voice shifted subtly, a hint of something beyond clinical assessment entering his tone. I recognize the presumption in designing your future from beyond death. The control might seem excessive, manipulative, even cruel. Perhaps it is. But having observed your capacity for strategic adaptation, I believe you'll recognize the underlying purpose beyond mere moral judgment or posthumous revenge. The recording paused briefly before continuing. The complete trust contains provisions, transferring substantial foundation assets to your direction over time, contingent upon demonstrated commitment to value creation. Not as personal wealth for consumption, but as resources for impact under your strategic guidance. The potential transfer ultimately approaches the full inheritance you initially expected, but directed toward contribution rather than consumption. Melody froze, the implications staggering. Nicholas hadn't simply diverted his billions from her personal use, he had created a complex structure potentially returning control to her over time, but only for purposes aligned with his vision of valuable impact. This structure was designed before we met, Melody. The specifics were tailored to you, but the framework existed in anticipation of whoever approached me during my illness with acquisition rather than contribution as their primary motivation. You proved the most interesting candidate by far, the most strategic, the most adaptive, the most similar to who I was before Caroline changed my understanding of worth. The parallel he had drawn in his journal emerged again, Nicholas seeing in her a reflection of his former self, a person of strategic capability focused on acquisition rather than creation. Whether you choose to engage with this extended structure remains, as always, your choice. The initial distributions remain yours regardless, but the potential scope of impact available through continued engagement extends far beyond what you've encountered thus far. The recording concluded with Nicholas's final instruction. The complete documentation awaits your decision, as does the legacy we might, improbably, come to share. As the recording ended, Melody sat motionless in the consultation room, mind racing with implications. Nicholas hadn't simply been testing her or punishing her, he had been gradually preparing her for potential stewardship of his actual legacy, contingent upon demonstrated capacity for responsibility beyond personal consumption. The brass key felt suddenly weighty in her palm. Accessing the adjacent safety deposit box would reveal the complete architecture Nicholas had designed, not just her personal trust provisions, but the potential future relationship between her initiatives and the Hamilton Foundation itself. After a moment's hesitation, she requested access to Box 215. The bank manager led her to it, verifying her identity and the key before leaving her alone once more. Inside lay an extensive legal document bearing the title The Hamilton Legacy Trust, Complete Provisions and Succession Structure. The document was hundreds of pages thick, representing years of legal architecture designed to extend Nicholas's impact decades beyond his death. Initial scanning revealed staggering scope, not just her personal trust provisions, but an elaborate structure integrating her development with foundation succession planning. Given sufficient demonstration of aligned purpose and responsible stewardship, Melody could potentially assume increasing direction of foundation resources over a 20-year timeline, not as personal wealth, but as directed impact under her strategic guidance. Not ownership but stewardship, not consumption but contribution. The distinction represented the core of Nicholas's correction, redirecting her strategic capabilities from acquisition for personal benefit toward creation of broader impact. The financial scale remained aligned with what she had initially pursued, but the purpose had been fundamentally redirected. As Melody closed the document, the magnitude of Nicholas's design settled over her. He had orchestrated not just a lesson or punishment, but a potential transformation of purpose. The structure was simultaneously arrogant in its presumption and visionary in its architecture. Classic Nicholas Hamilton, extending his strategic thinking decades beyond his physical existence. Had he succeeded? Had his elaborate posthumous experiment actually redirected her values as intended, or had she simply adapted strategically to changed circumstances, playing his game to access his resources? The answer remained complex, resistant to simple categorization. Elements of both reality coexisted, strategic adaptation alongside genuine engagement, calculated performance alongside authentic interest. Perhaps the distinction mattered less than Nicholas had assumed. Perhaps behavior really did shape values over time, regardless of initial motivation. Perhaps the experience of creating genuine impact would eventually reshape her understanding of worth, just as his experiences with Caroline had transformed his. As Melody left the bank, Manhattan's skyline glittered across the East River, the same view she had contemplated countless times during her year of transition. The buildings remained unchanged, but her relationship to them had transformed fundamentally. No longer representing the ultimate prize to be captured through strategic marriage, the city now offered different possibilities: education, collaboration, potential impact through directed resources. Not acquisition for its own sake, but creation of value beyond consumption. Whether this shift represented Nicholas's posthumous victory or her own strategic evolution remained appropriately ambiguous, a complexity Nicholas himself might have appreciated had he lived to witness it. In crafting his elaborate correction, Nicholas Hamilton had achieved something both more and less than his stated objective. Not the simple moral transformation he had theorized, but a complex redirection of strategic capability toward different ends. Not conversion, but evolution. Not surrender, but adaptation. And perhaps that middle path, neither full rejection nor complete compliance with his posthumous design, represented the most fitting resolution to their strange, posthumous dance. Nicholas directing from beyond, Melody adapting within parameters, but charting her own course through the structure he had created. The Hamilton correction, it seemed, had achieved its essential purpose, not by forcing Melody to become someone else entirely, but by creating conditions for her existing capabilities to find expression beyond mere acquisition. Not extinguishing the strategist, but redirecting her focus. Not eliminating ambition, but expanding its potential impact. As summer settled over New York, Melody carried the documentation back to her Brooklyn apartment. The future Nicholas had architected unfolding before her, not as certainty, but as potential contingent upon continued choice. The path forward remained hers to walk or reject, the structure he had created offering direction without forcing compliance. In his final manipulation, Nicholas Hamilton had constructed not a cage but a series of doors, each opening to increasing responsibility and potential impact. Whether she would continue passing through them remained her choice, the one freedom his elaborate posthumous design had consistently preserved. Whether that represented genuine respect or simply the final move in his elaborate game remained, like so much between them, beautifully ambiguous. 2 years after Nicholas Hamilton's death, Manhattan's social landscape had reorganized itself completely. New marriages, new divorces, new fortunes made and lost, new alliances formed and fractured. The ecosystem Melody had once navigated with such precision continued its endless churn, but she now viewed it from a different vantage point entirely. Her Brooklyn apartment had become a genuine home rather than temporary accommodation, its modest dimensions now filled with books, research materials, and evidence of an engaged life, rather than a strategic way station. The simple space bore no resemblance to the Gramercy mansion she had briefly occupied as Mrs. Hamilton, yet it contained something the grander residence never had: authenticity. On this particular September morning, Melody reviewed presentation materials spread across her dining table while preparing for a meeting at Memorial Sloan Kettering. Messaging mortality had evolved from concept to functioning reality, a program training medical researchers to communicate complex treatments to patients facing terminal diagnoses. What had begun as strategic compliance with Nicholas's trust requirements had developed into something she found genuinely engaging. "The neurologist group needs more practical scenarios," she noted to Emma Lawson, who had transitioned from patient participant to program coordinator during the past year. "Their technical terminology is still overwhelming patients during initial consultations." "I've developed role-play exercises based on actual patient feedback," Emma replied, sliding across case studies. "These scenarios force researchers to explain outcomes and side effects without resorting to percentages and medical terminology." Their working relationship had evolved into an effective partnership, Melody contributing strategic communication expertise, while Emma provided authentic patient perspective. The combination had produced a program now being adopted by multiple research hospitals, creating measurable improvement in patient comprehension and engagement. As they finalized materials, Melody's phone buzzed with a notification from the Hamilton Foundation. The NS-4113 treatment protocol had received expedited FDA approval for expanded application. The announcement represented a significant milestone for Nicholas's medical legacy, potentially extending thousands of lives through treatment that hadn't existed 3 years earlier. "Good news?" Emma asked, noting Melody's expression. "The NS-4113 protocol just received expanded approval. The treatment that's keeping your cancer in check will now be available to many more patients." Emma's face brightened. "That's fantastic. From experimental treatment to standard protocol in just 2 years. Nicholas Hamilton's legacy in action." The observation landed without the sting it might once have carried. Nicholas's legacy, the foundation, the medical breakthroughs, the lives extended, had become something Melody could acknowledge without immediate comparison to her own diminished inheritance. The binary framework of his billions versus her settlement had gradually dissolved, replaced by more nuanced understanding of impact beyond personal consumption. "Speaking of legacies," Emma continued, "the Foundation Board is reviewing our program expansion proposal this afternoon. Dr. Abrams seems optimistic about approval. The proposal would integrate messaging mortality more formally with Foundation research teams, creating embedded communication training within treatment protocol development rather than after the fact. If approved, the initiative would receive substantial additional funding and institutional support." Another milestone in the trust structure Nicholas had designed. "Richard mentioned the review was scheduled for today," Melody acknowledged. Apparently Nicholas left specific instructions about program integration opportunities at the 2-year mark. "Still directing traffic from beyond," Emma observed, with the direct perception that characterized their relationship. Unlike most people in Melody's orbit, Emma never hesitated to acknowledge Nicholas's posthumous influence, perhaps because her own life had been directly extended by his legacy. "Some things never change," Melody agreed ruefully. Nicholas always did prefer controlling outcomes to accepting uncertainty. Their conversation was interrupted by Melody's phone, Richard Kensington's number appearing on screen. "The board meeting must have concluded early," she noted, answering the call. "Richard, we were just discussing the proposal review. The proposal has been approved with full funding," Richard confirmed without preamble. "Congratulations. Program integration will proceed according to the timeline you outlined." The news represented another professional milestone, another step in the architecture Nicholas had designed, another door successfully navigated in his posthumous maze. "There's more," Richard continued. "The 2-year trust evaluation has been completed. You've qualified for the next phase provisions." The evaluation had loomed for months, an assessment of her development and initiative impact against metrics Nicholas had established before his death. Always measuring, always evaluating, always directing from beyond. "And what does the next phase entail?" Melody asked, her tone carefully neutral despite the anticipation she couldn't fully suppress. Substantial, a foundation board position, expanded initiative funding, and access to additional resources Nicholas designated specifically for this juncture. Richard's voice held genuine approval. The formal documentation will be delivered this afternoon, but I wanted to convey the news personally. Nicholas would be satisfied with your trajectory. After the call ended, Emma studied her with knowing eyes. More breadcrumbs on Nicholas's posthumous trail? Apparently I've been deemed worthy of the next level of his elaborate game. Melody's attempted irony couldn't fully mask her genuine interest in what the next phase might contain. Board position, additional funding, the usual combination of opportunity and constraint. You know, Emma said thoughtfully, from the outside it looks less like a game and more like succession planning. Nicholas, gradually increasing your responsibility and influence as you demonstrate capacity for effective stewardship. The observation was uncomfortably perceptive. The complete trust documentation Melody had accessed a year earlier had indeed revealed something akin to succession architecture, a potential path for her to assume increasing foundation leadership contingent upon demonstrated alignment with its mission. Perhaps, Melody acknowledged, though a normal person would simply have discussed succession planning during life rather than creating an elaborate posthumous obstacle course. Nicholas Hamilton wasn't exactly normal, Emma noted with a smile. Neither was his relationship with you. The accurate assessment hung between them as they returned to program preparations. Indeed, nothing about Melody's relationship with Nicholas had followed standard patterns. Not their calculated marriage, not his posthumous experiment, not her strategic adaptation to his architectural design. Their strange dance continued even now, 2 years after his physical departure, each responding to the other's moves across the barrier of mortality itself. The Hamilton Foundation headquarters, once Nicholas and Melody's marital home, had been completely transformed in the 2 years since his death. The mansion's grand architecture remained, but its interior now housed efficient research coordination facilities, conference spaces, and administrative offices. Only the library remained as Nicholas had left it, his collection preserved intact, as specified in his posthumous instructions. The board meeting will begin shortly, Amanda Chen informed Melody as they walked through corridors once designed for social gatherings, now repurposed for medical advancement. Your official appointment needs formal approval, though that's essentially a formality at this point. Melody nodded, still adjusting to this new relationship with the foundation that had once represented her disinheritance. 2 years of strategic adaptation had transformed adversary to ally, exclusion to inclusion, rejection to gradual acceptance. Whether this represented surrender to Nicholas's design or strategic navigation of available opportunities remained appropriately ambiguous. Dr. Abrams mentioned the NS-413 protocol is showing promise in pediatric applications, Melody noted, reviewing briefing materials as they walked. Initial trials are extremely positive, Amanda confirmed. Potential application for certain childhood brain cancers previously considered untreatable. The research team will present preliminary findings today. The boardroom, once Nicholas's formal dining room, now featured a sleek conference table surrounded by displays tracking research initiatives worldwide. Foundation board members were already assembling. Dr. Abrams, Professor Winters, Judge Harrington, and several research directors Melody had come to know through her program work. Richard arrived last, carrying the formal documentation for her board appointment. His expression contained the measuring assessment she had come to recognize, evaluating her progress against Nicholas's posthumous expectations. Before we begin, he announced once formalities were complete, I'd like to acknowledge today's significance. Exactly 2 years ago, Nicholas Hamilton left specific instructions regarding Foundation governance evolution. Today, we implement the next phase of his design with Ms. Carter's appointment to the board. The formal announcement triggered polite applause from assembled members. Melody maintained composed appreciation while internally noting the careful use of Ms. Carter rather than Mrs. Hamilton, a subtle acknowledgement that her identity had shifted back toward her pre-marriage designation, Nicholas's surname gradually falling away from her daily existence. Nicholas believed strongly in adaptive leadership, Richard continued, in identifying individuals demonstrating alignment with foundation values and gradually integrating them into governance structures. Melody's development over the past 2 years exemplifies this principle. The praise contained the usual combination of genuine acknowledgement and posthumous assessment. Always Nicholas's metrics, Nicholas's expectations, Nicholas's design parameters shaping the boundaries of her progress. As the meeting proceeded through research updates and funding allocations, Melody found herself genuinely engaged rather than strategically performing interest. The Foundation's work, extending lives, reducing suffering, advancing treatment for previously untreatable conditions, resonated beyond calculation. Whether this represented the value shift Nicholas had anticipated or simply expanded understanding of strategic opportunity remained appropriately complex. The messaging mortality integration proposal has been formally approved, Amanda announced when they reached that agenda item. Full funding for expanded implementation across all research teams, with Ms. Carter's leadership team maintaining programmatic direction while coordinating with Foundation priorities. The milestone represented significant professional validation. The initiative Nicholas had required as trust condition, now formally recognized as valuable contribution to Foundation objectives. Strategic compliance had evolved into genuine impact, initial performance into authentic engagement. After the meeting concluded, Richard drew Melody aside, indicating the library where Nicholas's collection remained preserved. There's a private aspect to today's transition, something Nicholas designated for this specific juncture. The library, once Nicholas's most personal space, remained largely unchanged despite the mansion's transformation. Books lined floor-to-ceiling shelves, the leather armchair where he had spent countless hours still positioned by the window overlooking the garden. Only the medical equipment that had occupied one corner during his illness had been removed, the space returning to its pre-disease configuration. Nicholas left specific instructions for this 2-year milestone, Richard explained, removing an envelope from his portfolio. Contingent upon your continued engagement with the trust structure and demonstrated alignment with Foundation objectives. Another breadcrumb, another posthumous message, another step in Nicholas's elaborate dance. The pattern had become familiar over the past 2 years, periodic communications triggered by specific milestones, each revealing another layer of his posthumous design. "Let me guess," Melody said dryly. "Another lecture on my moral development from beyond the grave." "Something more consequential," Richard replied, handing her the envelope. "Nicholas designated today for revelation of the Trust's ultimate structure, assuming continued demonstration of aligned purpose." The envelope contained a single sheet of Nicholas's personal stationery, his precise handwriting covering the page. "Melody, 2 years have passed since my departure. If you're reading this, you've navigated the initial phases of the trust structure with sufficient demonstration of aligned purpose to warrant revelation of its ultimate architecture. The complete Hamilton Legacy Trust, which you accessed on the 1st anniversary, outlined potential integration between your development and Foundation succession. Today marks formal initiation of that integration through your board appointment, the first step in potential assumption of Foundation leadership, contingent upon continued demonstration of responsible stewardship. Richard is authorized to discuss specific provisions and timelines, but the essential structure allows progressive assumption of strategic direction over a 15-year period, culminating in potential board chairmanship should all developmental milestones be achieved. This trajectory was designed not as manipulation or control, but as opportunity for your strategic capabilities to find expression beyond personal acquisition. The correction I sought was never punitive, but transformative, redirecting capacities I recognized in you toward creation rather than consumption. Whether this path represents your genuine evolution or merely strategic adaptation to changed circumstances remains appropriately ambiguous. Perhaps the distinction matters less than I once believed. The choice to continue this trajectory remains, as always, yours alone. The structure exists not as obligation, but as possibility, a potential expression of legacy we might, improbably, come to share. Nicholas Melody read the letter twice, absorbing its implications. The ultimate architecture Nicholas had designed wasn't simply personal trust distributions or initiative funding, but potential leadership succession for his entire Foundation, billions in resources potentially under her strategic direction, contingent upon continued demonstration of aligned purpose. He was preparing me for succession, she said finally, looking up at Richard. Not just testing or punishing, but actually grooming for potential leadership. From the beginning, Richard confirmed, the disinheritance was never the end objective, merely the necessary first phase of potential transformation. Nicholas believed your strategic capabilities, properly directed, could eventually advance Foundation objectives more effectively than conventional leadership. The revelation shifted everything, recasting the past 2 years in new light. Nicholas hadn't simply been denying her his fortune, but redirecting her relationship to it, from personal consumption to strategic deployment, from acquisition to stewardship. The 15-year timeline is designed with specific milestones, Richard continued, opening a substantial folder, each advancing responsibility and strategic authority contingent upon demonstrated capacity. The potential endpoint, should all milestones be achieved, includes board chairmanship and substantial directive authority over Foundation resources. The architecture was simultaneously presumptuous and visionary. Classic Nicholas Hamilton, extending his strategic thinking decades beyond his physical existence. He had designed not just punishment for her calculated pursuit of his wealth, but potential transformation of her relationship to it. Why reveal this now? Melody asked, processing the implications. Why not earlier or later in the process? Nicholas believed 2 years represented sufficient time to demonstrate genuine engagement beyond mere strategic compliance, Richard explained. The initial phases required immediate adaptation to changed circumstances. This phase requires longer-term commitment based on informed choice. Informed choice. The phrase carried weight beyond its syllables. Until now, Melody had been navigating Nicholas's posthumous maze without full understanding of its ultimate destination. Each milestone revealed only the next steps, never the complete architecture. Now, the full 15-year trajectory lay exposed. Potential Foundation leadership, representing both opportunity and constraint, freedom and obligation. The choice to continue this path remains entirely yours, Richard emphasized, echoing Nicholas's letter. The trust distributions you've already received remain yours regardless. This simply represents potential future integration contingent upon your continued choice to engage. As Melody left the mansion, once her marital home, now Foundation headquarters, potentially future leadership domain, the implications continued unfolding. Nicholas Hamilton, even in death, remained several moves ahead, his strategic architecture extending decades beyond his physical existence. Had his correction succeeded? Had his elaborate posthumous experiment transformed her values as intended? Or had she simply adapted strategically to change circumstances, playing his game to access his resources? The answer remained appropriately complex. Elements of both realities coexisted: strategic adaptation alongside genuine engagement, calculated performance alongside authentic interest in outcomes beyond personal benefit. Perhaps, as Nicholas had suggested in his final letter, the distinction mattered less than he had once believed. Perhaps the experience of creating genuine impact would eventually reshape understanding of worth, regardless of initial motivation. Perhaps means and ends were less separable than his binary framework had suggested. Whatever the case, his posthumous architecture had created a reality neither of them could have fully anticipated. Melody finding authentic engagement in work initiated through strategic compliance, Nicholas's rigid experimental design yielding outcomes more complex than his binary hypotheses had allowed. "You've been quiet tonight," observed Thomas Mitchell, reaching for his wineglass across the restaurant table. "Foundation meeting didn't go well?" "Just the opposite," Melody replied, refocusing on her dinner companion. "Board appointment confirmed, initiative expansion approved. Everything proceeding according to Nicholas's grand design." Thomas, a professor in Columbia's non-profit management program whom she had been dating for 6 months, was among the few people in her life who understood the complex dynamics of her relationship with Nicholas's posthumous architecture. Unlike her previous strategic relationships, their connection had developed organically through shared interests rather than calculated advancement. "Ah, another milestone in the Hamilton obstacle course," he noted with the wry perception that characterized their relationship. "What posthumous reward did Nicholas bestow for good behavior this time?" "Foundation succession architecture," Melody explained, still processing the revelation herself. "Potential leadership trajectory over 15 years, contingent upon continued demonstration of aligned purpose." Thomas whistled softly. So, not just trust distributions or initiative funding, but actual foundation control. That's billions in directed resources. Potential control, she corrected, contingent upon jumping through 15 more years of Nicholas's posthumous hoops. And will you continue following his breadcrumb trail? The question hung between them, direct yet complex. Would she continue engaging with Nicholas's posthumous architecture, navigating his calculated milestones toward potential foundation leadership? Or would she diverge, charting an independent path beyond his designed parameters? I'm still processing the implications, she admitted. Part of me resents his continued presumption, designing my future from beyond the grave, evaluating my choices against his metrics, but another part recognizes the opportunity embedded in his architecture. Opportunity for what? Impact beyond what I could create independently, resources directed toward outcomes I've come to value. Melody considered her words carefully. The strange thing is, I find myself genuinely engaged by the work. Whether that represents successful manipulation on Nicholas's part or authentic evolution on mine remains unclear. Perhaps that binary framework itself is flawed, Thomas suggested. Human motivation is rarely singular or static. We contain contradictions, strategic and authentic, self-interested and altruistic, calculating and genuine. The observation resonated uncomfortably. Indeed, Melody's engagement with Nicholas's posthumous architecture had never been purely strategic or purely authentic. The reality existed in the complex space between, motivations layered and shifting over time. Nicholas designed his experiment around clear categories, she noted. Subject rejects correction, accepts correction without insight, or experiences genuine transformation. No accommodation for messy middle ground. Classic engineer's mindset. Systems with defined inputs and outputs, clear causal relationships. Thomas smiled slightly. Human development tends to be messier, with multiple variables interacting simultaneously. As their conversation shifted to other topics, Melody found herself returning to the essential question Thomas had raised. Would she continue following Nicholas's designed path toward potential foundation leadership? The architecture offered tremendous opportunity for impact, but at the cost of continued navigation within parameters Nicholas had established from beyond the grave. The question remained unresolved as dinner concluded, and they walked through Greenwich Village, autumn leaves crunching beneath their feet. Thomas's hand found hers, the simple human connection grounding her amid abstract considerations of posthumous architecture and strategic trajectories. Whatever you decide about Nicholas's 15-year plan, he said, as they paused at a street corner, remember you're not simply a subject in his posthumous experiment. You've created genuine value through your initiative, regardless of what initially motivated its development. The observation carried weight beyond reassurance. Indeed, messaging mortality had evolved from strategic trust compliance into something of authentic value, improving communication between researchers and terminal patients, creating measurable impact in comprehension and engagement. Whether initiated through calculation or conviction, the outcomes remained meaningful. Nicholas once wrote that behavior shapes values more often than the reverse, Melody recalled, that actions, whatever their initial motivation, gradually reshape understanding of worth. Smart man, Thomas acknowledged. Though I suspect he lacked his own insight when designing your correction, he created conditions for authentic engagement to develop from strategic compliance, then struggled to categorize the resulting complexity. The perception was startlingly accurate. Nicholas's experimental design had anticipated 3 distinct outcomes, but the reality had proven more nuanced. Melody navigating a middle path, neither fully embracing his moral framework nor completely rejecting his architectural opportunities. As they reached her Brooklyn apartment, Thomas turned to her with characteristic directness. How would you assess your own development over these 2 years? Setting aside Nicholas's metrics and experimental framework, the question penetrated practiced responses, requiring genuine reflection rather than strategic positioning. How had she changed since Nicholas's death and subsequent correction? Who was Melody Carter becoming beyond the parameters of his posthumous experiment? I'm less certain of everything, she admitted finally. The clear trajectory I once followed, strategic advancement through calculated relationships, no longer holds the appeal it once did. The work I'm doing now, while initially motivated by Nicholas's trust requirements, has become genuinely engaging. The impact feels significant in ways luxury consumption never did. Sounds like genuine development, whether it fits Nicholas's experimental hypotheses or not. Perhaps, Melody considered further, though I sometimes wonder if I'm simply playing a longer, more sophisticated game, adapting to changed circumstances rather than evolving beyond them. Does the distinction matter if the outcomes benefit others regardless? The question lingered as they said goodnight, Thomas returning to his West Village apartment, while Melody climbed the stairs to her Brooklyn home. Did motivation matter if behavior produced positive impact regardless? Would continued engagement with Nicholas's architecture represent surrender to his posthumous control or strategic utilization of available resources? The answers remained appropriately complex as autumn deepened toward winter. The second anniversary of Nicholas's death, fading into her third year of navigation through his posthumous architecture. December brought unexpected reconnection with Melody's pre-Hamilton past. Vanessa texted after nearly 18 months of silence. Weird request but need PR expertise for charity event. Heard through Columbia contacts you're doing some foundation work now? Coffee to discuss potential collaboration? The message represented Vanessa's first outreach since Melody's social standing had collapsed following Nicholas's death. Their friendship, built around shared strategic advancement through Manhattan's elite circles, had disintegrated when Melody's trajectory diverged from their mutual framework. Curiosity more than nostalgia prompted Melody to accept the invitation, suggesting a cafe near her Brooklyn apartment rather than their former Manhattan haunts. The location choice itself signaled changed circumstances. Vanessa would need to cross the bridge rather than Melody accommodating her former friend's convenience. Vanessa arrived 15 minutes late, designer everything and performative apologies for traffic delays. Her gaze took in Melody's simple professional attire with barely concealed assessment, categorizing changes in status indicators since their last interaction. "You look healthy," she offered, the faint pause containing volumes of social recategorization. "Brooklyn clearly agrees with you." "It's been an adjustment," Melody acknowledged, neither apologizing for nor defending her changed circumstances. "What's this charity event you mentioned?" "Right to business," Vanessa smiled, a flash of familiar calculation beneath social pleasantries. "I'm on the committee for the Children's Hospital Winter Gala. Major donors, potential corporate sponsorships, the usual high-stakes networking. We need communication strategy to maximize media coverage and donor engagement." The request was transparent in its underlying motivation. Vanessa hadn't suddenly developed interest in Melody's professional expertise, but rather had encountered a problem requiring PR skills and calculated that former connections might be leveraged despite changed circumstances. "Why approach me specifically?" Melody asked, genuinely curious about the strategic calculation behind this unexpected outreach. Vanessa hesitated, recalibrating her approach. "Honestly, your work with that medical communication program has been getting attention. Several hospital board members mentioned it specifically when I raised PR concerns for the gala. The revelation was unexpected, messaging mortality gaining sufficient recognition to prompt Vanessa's strategic reassessment of Melody's potential utility. A strange validation from her former world, acknowledging value creation beyond social positioning. Messaging mortality focuses on research-to-patient communication, Melody clarified. Quite different from donor events and media coverage. But the underlying principles transfer, right? Clear communication of complex medical concepts, strategic messaging to specific audiences. Vanessa leaned forward. "Look, the committee has budget for consulting services. This would be a professional arrangement." The proposal crystallized everything that had changed in the 2 years since their friendship had dissolved. Vanessa now approached her as potential service provider rather than social peer, their relationship recategorized from strategic alliance to transactional engagement. "I'm not personally available for consulting," Melody replied after consideration, "but messaging mortality does provide institutional communication training that might address your committee's needs. I can connect you with our program coordinator to discuss potential workshop options." The redirection clearly disappointed Vanessa, who had anticipated leveraging personal connection rather than engaging formal institutional processes. "I was hoping for more direct involvement given our history," The committee specifically asked about your personal expertise. My schedule is committed to foundation initiatives, Melody explained, neither apologetic nor confrontational. But our team includes excellent communication strategists who can provide the expertise you're seeking. As their interaction concluded with exchange of professional contacts rather than personal reconnection, Melody recognized how completely her relationship to her former world had transformed. Vanessa, once closest ally in strategic social advancement, now represented a distant shore from which she had steadily drifted, their shared framework no longer defining her trajectory. The encounter provided unexpected perspective on her 2-year journey through Nicholas's posthumous architecture. The strategic social climbing that had once consumed her energy and focus now seemed curiously distant, not through rejection of ambition, but through redirection toward different objectives. The Melody who had targeted Nicholas Hamilton for his billions still existed within her, but those capabilities now found expression through different channels, toward different ends. Whether this represented Nicholas's successful correction or her own strategic evolution remained appropriately ambiguous. But the distance traveled from her former self was undeniable, regardless of how that journey might be categorized. The 3rd anniversary of Nicholas's death arrived with surprisingly little turbulence. No dramatic trust revelations, no posthumous messages, no elaborate milestone ceremonies. Simply another board meeting, another initiative expansion approval, another step along the trajectory he had architected for her potential development. 3 years, Richard observed, as they reviewed foundation performance metrics in his office afterward. Nicholas would find your continued engagement significant. Still measuring me against his experimental hypotheses? Melody asked, the question holding less resentment than it might have previously. Still tracking my development against his predicted outcomes? Old habits, Richard acknowledged with rare candor, though I suspect Nicholas's binary framework proved insufficient for categorizing your actual trajectory. The admission surprised her. How so? His experimental design anticipated clear outcomes: rejection, compliance without insight, or genuine transformation. Your path has been more nuanced. Richard studied her with that measuring gaze, now familiar rather than resented. Strategic adaptation alongside authentic engagement. Performance alongside genuine interest. Means and ends less separable than his framework allowed. The assessment was unexpectedly perceptive. Indeed, Melody's navigation through Nicholas's posthumous architecture had never fit neatly into his experimental categories. Her initial strategic compliance had gradually incorporated genuine engagement, her calculated performance evolving to include authentic interest in outcomes beyond personal benefit. Nicholas preferred clear categories, she noted, systems with defined inputs and outputs, predictable cause and effect relationships. A limitation in his thinking, Richard agreed, surprising her again with critical assessment of his former client and friend. Caroline recognized it during their marriage. She would say his brilliant systems thinking sometimes missed human complexity, the messy, contradictory nature of authentic development. The mention of Caroline, always present as abstract comparison, but rarely discussed directly, caught Melody's attention. You knew her well? We were friends before she met Nicholas, Richard confirmed. Different personalities entirely. Caroline intuitive where Nicholas was analytical, comfortable with ambiguity where he sought certainty. Their partnership balanced his tendencies toward excessive systemization, and after she died, he retreated into systems thinking more rigidly, seeking mathematical precision in human affairs, clear metrics for intangible values. Richard's expression suggested genuine concern rather than professional assessment. The experimental design he created for you reflected that rigidity. Binary categories, clear causal relationships, defined developmental trajectories. The insight shifted Melody's understanding of Nicholas's posthumous architecture. Perhaps his correction wasn't merely moral judgment or posthumous control, but reflection of his limited framework for understanding human development, seeking systematic certainty in inherently ambiguous territory. Yet he built flexibility into the structure, she observed. Gates rather than cages, as you once described it. Choice preserved at every juncture. Caroline's influence, Richard explained. Even after her death, certain principles she had established remained in his thinking, respect for agency chief among them. As their meeting concluded, Melody found herself contemplating this new dimension of Nicholas's posthumous experiment. Perhaps his elaborate architecture reflected not just calculated moral instruction, but genuine attempt to create conditions for development he himself struggled to fully comprehend. Perhaps the structure's rigidity masked underlying uncertainty about how transformation actually occurred. The insight didn't excuse his manipulative methods or presumptuous judgment, but it added complexity to motivation she had previously categorized as simply controlling or punitive. Nicholas Hamilton, brilliant systems architect that he was, had attempted to design human development according to predictable parameters, only to create conditions for outcomes more nuanced than his binary framework allowed. 5 years after Nicholas Hamilton's death, Manhattan's skyline viewed from Brooklyn Heights contained both familiarity and transformation. New buildings altered the silhouette, old landmarks remained anchored, the overall impression simultaneously static and dynamic, like Melody's relationship to the city itself. The woman who had once navigated that skyline with calculated precision still existed within her, but found expression through channels Nicholas's correction had unexpectedly created. Melody Carter, Executive Director of Communication Strategy at the Hamilton Foundation, still applied strategic thinking and relationship management, but toward medical advancement rather than social climbing, impact rather than acquisition. Her Brooklyn apartment had expanded to accommodate growing professional needs, home office for foundation work, space for occasional program development sessions, bookshelves filled with medical communication research rather than social strategy guides. The sapphire pendant that had once symbolized Nicholas's judgment now rested in her jewelry box, neither discarded nor regularly worn, simply part of a complex history, neither embraced nor rejected. Thomas had moved in the previous year, their relationship evolving from collegial to romantic to domestic, with surprising organic development. Unlike her calculated pursuit of Nicholas or strategic positioning with wealthy targets before him, their connection had grown through genuine alignment rather than performance, another unexpected outcome of her diverted trajectory. Deadline met, Thomas announced, emerging from the home office they shared. Grant proposal submitted with 12 hours to spare, practically unprecedented in academic terms. Efficient, Melody approved, handing him coffee from their small kitchen. The Mitchell method proved superior once again. Their comfortable domesticity would have been unrecognizable to the Melody who had targeted Nicholas Hamilton for his billions, the woman calculating thread counts and square footage rather than genuine connection or shared purpose. Whether this represented Nicholas's successful correction or her own strategic evolution remained appropriately ambiguous. But the distance traveled from her former self was undeniable, regardless of how that journey might be categorized. Her phone signaled an incoming call. Richard Kensington, still serving as trustee for the architectural structure Nicholas had designed, now implemented through foundation governance rather than posthumous revelation. The board has formally approved your advancement to the next leadership tier, he informed her without preamble. Executive committee membership activated as specified in the succession structure, effective immediately. The milestone represented another step along the trajectory Nicholas had architected, gradual assumption of strategic foundation leadership contingent upon demonstrated alignment with its mission. 5 years into the 15-year progression he had designed, each milestone achieved through combination of strategic adaptation and genuine engagement. Nicholas would be... Richard hesitated, searching for appropriate phrasing. Measuring my development against his experimental hypotheses, Melody suggested, the observation now carrying wry acceptance rather than resentment. Intrigued by outcomes more complex than his binary framework anticipated, Richard corrected. Your trajectory continues to defy simple categorization, neither rejection nor complete compliance, but something more nuanced between. The assessment captured her journey through Nicholas's posthumous architecture with unexpected precision. Indeed, she had neither fully embraced his moral framework nor completely rejected his structural opportunities, instead navigating a middle path incorporating elements of both strategic adaptation and authentic development. After the call ended, Thomas studied her with perceptive interest. Another milestone in the Hamilton experiment? Executive committee appointment, she confirmed. Another box checked in Nicholas's 15-year plan. And how does that feel? still resenting his posthumous puppeteering or recognizing opportunity regardless of its manipulative structure. The question penetrated practiced responses, requiring genuine reflection rather than strategic positioning. How did she now view Nicholas's elaborate posthumous architecture? As controlling manipulation to be resented, or opportunity structure to be strategically utilized? Both, simultaneously, she admitted. His presumption in designing my development from beyond the grave still strikes me as arrogant beyond measure. Yet the opportunities created through that architecture have proven valuable beyond initial calculation. Sounds like authentic complexity, Thomas observed. Human rather than engineered response. The observation lingered as Melody prepared for her executive committee orientation the following day. Indeed, her journey through Nicholas's posthumous architecture had proven messier, more contradictory, and ultimately more human than his systematic experimental design had anticipated. She was neither the pure strategist who had married Nicholas for his billions, nor the transformed philanthropist his correction had theoretically targeted. She existed in the complex territory between strategic capabilities redirected toward different objectives, calculated advancement applied to impact rather than acquisition, ambition channeled through contribution rather than consumption. Nicholas Hamilton's elaborate posthumous experiment had created conditions for outcomes neither of them had fully anticipated. Melody finding authentic engagement in work initiated through strategic compliance, Nicholas's rigid experimental design yielding development more complex than his binary hypotheses had allowed. Whether this represented his posthumous victory or her strategic adaptation remained appropriately ambiguous, a complexity Nicholas himself might have appreciated had he lived to witness it. The woman who had married Nicholas Hamilton for his billions had not been extinguished by his correction, but rather redirected, her strategic capabilities finding expression through channels his posthumous architecture had unexpectedly created. Not transformation into someone else entirely, but evolution of existing capacities toward different ends. Perhaps, Melody reflected as she reviewed executive committee materials that evening, that represented the ultimate irony of Nicholas's elaborate posthumous experiment. In seeking to correct her acquisitive nature through systematic design, he had actually created conditions for her strategic capabilities to find more meaningful expression, not by eliminating the strategist, but by expanding her potential impact beyond mere personal acquisition. The Hamilton correction, it seemed, had succeeded in ways neither of them could have fully anticipated, not through forced conversion, but through expanded possibility, not extinguishing ambition, but redirecting its focus, not eliminating strategy, but transforming its purpose. As Nicholas had written in his final letter, the correction I sought was never punitive, but transformative, redirecting capacities I recognized in you toward creation rather than consumption. In that narrow sense, perhaps his posthumous experiment had indeed succeeded, not through the clear categories his binary framework had anticipated, but through the messy, contradictory, ultimately human development his systematic design had unexpectedly facilitated. Whether that represented his victory or her own remained, like so much between them, beautifully ambiguous. If this story touched you in any way and sparked your curiosity for emotionally charged and inspiring tales, don't stop here. Subscribe to our channel, turn on notifications, and stay tuned for new stories that might change your perspective on life. Each video is an invitation to explore narratives that resonate with the heart. Speaking of which, how about clicking on the next video? I'm sure it will move you too. See you there.